Look at you.
What about that?
Oh my gosh. Mox, did you know we were live?
Yes, I did. I started it.
Awesome.
Where is...
Don't mind me. I'm just over here eating chips and queso off camera.
Don't worry, we can't hear you. At least I can't hear you.
Oh, I love chips and queso. Yep.
I'm a whore for chips and queso.
I love Mexican food. I think we've already talked about this. Yep, everybody. Yeah.
Great. It's 4 people already in stream.
Oh, I had snapped out that I was streaming tonight. So.
Yay!
Food, the glorious food.
I guess since I snapped it out, I should have actually gotten cute. But
you're cute regardless. First of all, second of all, yeah. Although I will say, only for the stream are the titties coming out because the internet's weird right now. Not fully.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was like, I'm sorry.
I mean,
I made edit of our chat and only for the stream are the titties coming out. And I'm like, okay, so definitely gotta pause the stream. Man, if that's it, guys.
This is as much as that's showing, but I haven't been showing this in a while.
You're so red. It's great.
Got it. Yeah. I think it's because she saw my face pan up to the camera, and I was like, "I'm sorry, you said what?"
Immediate reaction.
Yeah. I am 100% appreciative of the titties.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey. For a short little while, so was Twitch. However, they got past that point.
Yeah.
I think.
I don't know. I'm embodying panic right now, so it's all working. It's all coming together.
Right.
Oh man, that's crazy because I'm embodying pain.
Oh.
Reporting for duty.
Oh. Such a good movie. We're worms. We're not worthy.
No. Memo to me, name you after my meeting.
Mm-hmm. So good. Thinking of panic and pain, my 2 cats are in distress. I have been rearranging furniture and I put up new curtains. And
oh no!
How dare you?
I know. Absolutely. Well, you can kind of see Henry napping, but as of right now, devastated.
What about the outside cat? I think I saw a story or something about the cat outside.
Yeah, there's okay. So there's a tomcat. Well, there's several tomcats in my neighborhood. But one he has a limp and he's got a crooked little neck. And he's a really sweet boy. But I haven't seen him since he first came up. Again, I've been leaving food and water out, and I made a little shelter for him.
Yeah, I saw the shelter on your story.
Yeah, like the inside's getting rustled about, so something's going in and out of there. The food's getting eaten, the water's getting drank. I don't.
It's a raccoon.
Could be, or precocious squirrels because I have a ton of those. But I haven't seen George since. So I don't know how he's doing. Although he was also new to the neighborhood. There's a couple neighborhood tomcats that I've seen. I've never seen him before. But he was also friendly and looked very hurt.
You said he was limping.
Yeah. So I gave him a rundown. He had no exposed wounds or like recent like scars. So I think something like collapsed part of his shoulder, and that's for the tilt in the lamp. Like he might have gotten hit by a vehicle.
Right.
Oh no.
But another one of my neighbors also feeds some of the neighborhood cats, so he could have also very well have been taken in by them, and they might have rushed him to the vet. But again, when I was around him, he didn't show signs of pain. Like I got in there and gave him good rubs as soon as I confirmed that he wasn't aggressive. He didn't show active pain. He didn't. There was like 2 attempts to bite me, and that was standard cat. You've pet me too much, and I'm done now.
Right.
Right.
Like just stop. But yeah, he's very personable. He might have gotten picked up by somebody else in the neighborhood, but I haven't seen him back. Or he just might have a different schedule than me. So.
Right.
Different schedule.
Look, man. He's a cutie though. He was very soft. I hope he comes back, or I hope he has been found and is safe. But because he had the crook and he was another tomcat, I didn't want to bring him in the house without immediately taking him to the vet. And at the time, I just didn't have the finances to immediately run him to the vet. Because I didn't want to bring him in the house and have him expose my cats to something. Like, they're vaccinated,
right.
But, you know. So.
Yeah, you can't say.
And unfortunately, like, the only place I could have quarantined him would be, like, upstairs. And that would have been a whole thing.
Thomas O'Malley.
Oh, such a good song. Oh, great character.
Ali the Alley Cat. Oh, yeah.
Also fantastic.
I'm so sad I missed the end of the stream or end of the game last week.
Oh,
don't worry. We only killed a couple people.
Oh, well, Mrs. Baker loves to kill people.
Yeah.
So sad.
I know, but you were tired and you needed to rest, and that's totally understandable. Hi.
Hi.
Good evening, everyone. How are you?
Well, how are you today?
Good.
Doing all right. We are just about settled with the little ones, and hopefully we will have a wonderful, productive night. I'm excited.
I don't see that happening.
Well, you're so close to completing like 2 of the tasks. And I set a terrible precedents. There we go. That I was
terrible president was probably right.
Yeah, that too. That I was gonna let you guys level after each time you completed a task, not considering how many of the tasks that you might complete back to back.
Oh, nice. So double level up. Got it.
We'll see.
Yep. We're holding you to that, bitch.
Great, cool. I get to come back to a level 7 group after this session. Awesome. Yeah. I deserve that punishment. Yeah. It's fine.
I'm thinking about multi-classing.
Are you? Are you gonna multi-class as?
I don't know. I have some ideas. I'll talk to you about it offline.
Alright, yeah, that's totally fine.
That's funny, Mrs. Baker. I was thinking about triple multi-classing.
Ooh, fancy.
For no reason.
You joke. I'll hold you to it. I have a player in my home campaign. He is now on his 4th class. I have made him take a new class every 3 levels.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So I'll tell you all what I was planning on doing then. I was going to make Igreus an accidental bard because he keeps like singing to himself. And so, but I have a DM request that I'm going to have to talk to you about afterwards.
All right.
About the instrument that he would be playing. Don't worry, it's not nothing crazy that he has to hold like a theorem or anything like that.
Glockenspiel.
Yeah, hurdy-gurdy.
Mrs. Baker doesn't even have an instrument, so she just uses her words.
Yep, I was thinking about that while I was making an item for you. So don't you worry about it.
I was thinking barbarian, really, because she's real feisty, and I just think that it would fit her so well to be a barbarian. So, yeah, that's what's on my mind.
Oh, and if you go like, I mean, Baratonum is obviously the tankiest one, but like if you go like Path of the Ancestors or like Ancestral Path or whatever,
Uh-huh.
that would work out. Oh.
You're picking up already what I was thinking.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yes.
Oh, you'd be a menace.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like,
yeah.
ooh. Also, I have thoughts about like casting spells while you're raging.
Okay.
Because it makes sense that like certain spells you couldn't cast, but like if you're real mad at somebody, you would throw fire at them. That makes sense.
Yeah, or you would hurt them with your words.
Yeah, I like that. Ooh, that's something to think about. Also, hello, welcome.
Hi guys.
Forgive me, I was just dying.
Don't die.
No, I want to. It's fine. Especially because tomorrow's my birthday.
Happy early birthday!
Dayla.
What?
Emancipation Day.
Vaginal emancipation.
Boom, vaginal.
Love it.
Happy early birthday. At 12 on.
Don't happy early birthday me. I hate it.
Wait, okay, hold on. If it's Vaginal Emancipation Day and if you were born cesarean, does that mean you made a jailbreak?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it means.
100%.
It's
100%.
Emancipation Day. My dear friend taught me that because she had both, and so did I.
That's, well...
10 out of 10, don't recommend either one.
No, thank you. Yeah, no. Though I do have a fun, not me pregnancy story. So my
not me.
Not me. I did not. So my dad remarried, and he had a son with his current wife, who is also my friend. Like, we became friends after they were dating. Like, so it's good, but it's also weird to call her my stepmom because I was an adult. Anyway,
right.
So my brother had an expected due date, and it was really close to my sister's birthday, and I was just like, that's not gonna go well. Okay. So my sister was born March 8th. She went into labor March 6th after being told repeatedly by doctors, hey, due to your age and like the scar tissue from like your previous pregnancy, it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to have a natural birth. You'll have to have a C-section. She was like, nuh-uh, I'm going to have a natural birth. 36 hours of labor later, she had a cesarean. And he was born March 8th. So now my sister and my brother share a birthday because somebody was stubborn. And don't get me wrong, shop for opinions, advocate for your own health. Maybe in that case, maybe listen to the professional.
Yeah.
True story.
At that point, after the 8-hour mark, it's like, do we really want to do this?
Right.
Is this really the decision you're thinking about undertaking? Because I support you, but I don't know how far like my body can take.
36 hours of
if
labor.
If you're obese to be a person who has historically upheld your health, mental and physical, then yes, I would listen to the OB. I had my kid was due on Thanksgiving, and she lied to me and told me basically that I had an element in my body that meant I had preeclampsia, and I had to go in for tests, and then they started inducing me. And when I asked my nurse about it, and I told her, "Oh no, I'm here, I'm freaking out," and she's like, "That wasn't in your, that's not on your charts. That wasn't in your tests." So yes and no. I ended up having to have a cesarean because I was pushed into the convenience thing.
Wait,
She historically didn't show for my mental or physical well-being. She's just all I had for like my insurance window.
Oh, that sucks. See, for every like
So
solid,
yes and no.
yeah, because like for every like decent story of a medical professional, there's like 4 that are awful. So yeah.
Listen,
Where there are
US,
humans,
the
there's
US,
error.
yeah, and the US and Brazil are the only places where like doctors routinely deliver babies, right? So everywhere else in the world, midwives deliver babies, right? You know, because and doctors come in if there needs surgery or something, right? Like if there's an issue. But like in the US and Brazil, it is like a business. It is go in, clip, do the episiotomy, grab the baby. Like they just want to be a surgery so bad, whether it's a vaginal birth or a cesarean. The doctors are not required for babies. So
side note,
anyway.
DM, I sent you a thing in your DM.
I responded.
Oh, you did?
I think it's rad as shit. I have to do a little bit more research into it to fully confirm, but like, yeah.
I would have to go and get it. I would have to discover that though. Igreus would. That's not something that he's smart enough to like be like, oh man, I just like heard of this thing.
Wait.
Are we offline?
No, we're streaming 100%.
We'll talk about how you find that. That could be fun.
We've been streaming since the titty comment, so.
Oh, okay. Well, we do love titties.
We do.
Around these parts.
Titties are the best.
General, I got here late for that.
Yeah, because they were out, right, DM?
Yeah,
they were out.
For sure.
Man, I'm just waiting for Twitch to be like, what's going on here?
My favorite TikToks of our lovely DM may be ones where her titties are on nice display.
Are on display.
TikTok is so finicky about like I'll have the most revealing top on ever, not a question, everything's fine, and then I make like one video in a fully covered corset, like nothing's exposed, everything's, and then it's like, no, this is too sexual, and I'm just like,
too sexual.
Guys on this app with their whole ass titty out, nipple exposed to the world, disgusting. That's flagrant display of their bodies. How dare they do that to us?
Listen.
I try not to show any titties on TikTok. You get upper clavicle and everything else. So
I've lost 2 accounts. 2
to titty exposure. Got it.
Yeah. Let's see, that first one was like 46,000 followers. The second one was like 30, and then then no more titties for Paula.
All I hear in my head is I was watching something else. I will remember you. Thousands of TikTok accounts every single day. Our band, little titty exposed. You will remember me.
Are my titties exposed, or do I just have boobs?
Yeah, that is the other question. Yep.
Mine works. Anyway, Mrs. Baker would never do that.
I feel like she did do that.
I was about to say,
an earlier date.
Yeah.
Right, and more should have been the response.
Yes.
Yes, either.
Listen, I need you to understand, Igreus wasn't always wearing all of these layers of clothes. Where do you think he got clothes from? Living out in the woods, like in the forest, he was like full on Tarzan.
Ooh, well, I want want a flashback to Tarzan.
Sage is like,
right?
It's just straight up, just like Tarzan 2, the prequel, where Tarzan is just standing in a tree as a young child. That's all. That's all it is.
Yep.
Igreus staring over the forest.
To be fair, other than like Onkai and to be fair, anyway, last season came out. It's good. It has it. Oh, anyway, yes. Moving on. Can't focus on Letterkenny. I'll talk about it a lot.
Oh Lord.
But I like because you got Mrs. Baker. You have Sophos the Sage, and Igreus, who I think at least Mrs. Baker in her youth was probably a wild child. But like those two are essentially like feral gremlins that somebody took in off the street. Where you have Onkai and I guess to an extent Dynah, who like were raised among like civilization. I still imagine as like Dynah is a very like working class family. Maybe in the sticks, but very working class. But it's very funny.
The Bronx.
Yeah.
Everything can happen in the Bronx.
But in the Bronx.
In Fantasy Bronx, where we lay our stage.
Oh Lord, are you going to put fantasy in front of everything? Anything can happen in Fantasy the Bronx.
Exactly. All right. Well, I guess we should start.
Oh yeah.
Oh goodness! I stopped petting my cat and I got bapped. Okay.
Eating around sharp scissors. I should stop doing.
All right. Who remembers what happened last time?
I do.
Do you?
Oh yes, specifically. So we finally, our group,
wait,
which
Baker,
we had a.
Do you want to do the recap?
Yeah, Mrs. Baker, go for it.
Me? No. I don't remember anything. Okay. I'm like Mrs. I'm old. Listen, I'm grandma old.
I'm old, she says.
Yeah, but still hot. Gosh, diddly.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Fine. Oh, okay. So our group, which I'm not quite sure if we have confirmed the names for our group, but I'm going with Baker's Dozen right now. Finally made it into this dilapidated village. A monument, a ritual circle amidst its downtrodden and destroyed buildings, and a familiar figure in the form of Herman, standing before us in boy shorts and a crop top, exposed to the world and definitely ogled by essentially everybody in the group. Went on to explain that the fire within that surrounded this place, because we couldn't see further in, was the first flame, the one brought on by what is this god's name? The fire god. And he was currently chained to the inside of a very massive rock. Not necessarily burning alive, but being made to pay for the things that he had done, giving the first flame to mankind. Igreus got very excited almost instantly and immediately flew into the flame to try to retrieve him. The rest of his friends, they went off and gathered as much fire as they could. And when they saw that he was a panicked individual trying to remove this god from this plate, they went on to immediately try to remove him, specifically Dynah. Igreus became very upset because he didn't feel as though this god deserved the placement he was given. But when he saw that his friends were in trouble, he essentially took on the unwanted path and he flew off into the distance. As that was happening, several of the members became afraid, worried that Igreus and his choice was going to get them injured, and called upon their respective god/parentages, and were suddenly whisked away to a mountainside overlooking I believe, a temple down below. The problem became, how do you get down from this temple? Or how do you get down from this mountainside and down to the temple? Which went on for a conversation that went on for quite a while. Finally being able to shrink down the cart that they had whilst riding the horses and flying down this cliff. Coming across a cloven-hooved individual with a flute in hand, a pan flute in hand. And that is where we catch up. I don't know why I am like blanking on this god's name though.
Do you mean Prometheus?
There we go. Prometheus. I got everything else though, so.
Yes. You did very, very well. So yes, Prometheus was in essentially his prison for bringing fire to the mortals. And yes, also I have been making very many wordplay in the chat, but I'm throwing out there, what about just bakers? Because you have to proof yourselves.
So I'm leaving.
Sage is definitely a form of baker.
Mm. Does she wake and bake?
Definitely.
Oh yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. Waking and baking.
Yeah, that's when you have your scones pre-laid out and you just pop them in the oven first thing in the morning. That's what we're talking about.
Mm. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Well,
I'd say so.
Like bacon.
What song is Fairpan playing on his on their pan flute? Beverly Hills.
That's where I want to be. Well, I'm okay with Pan being a Weezer fan. I am more sure that it's going to be the music that's been stuck in my head for the last several days, which is by Starbomb. I'm very particularly fond of Smash, or what's it? The Zelda rap about the boat. Hey, it's Link. I'm back and I'm sailing on a ship. I'm the king of red lights. I don't give a shit.
Dynah, is your camera sideways?
It is. It's tilty.
I'm sideways.
This is further indication that Sarah and my daughter are the same person.
Yeah.
Because Starbomb, like,
I love Starbomb.
So many concerts. Okay. Anyway,
I like comedy music. I'm also a huge Tom Cardy fan, so I unironically listen to Human Centipede, or sorry, Red Flags is the name of that song, on a regular basis.
You listen to Humans. Let's go back. We're gonna go back.
Wait, have you not? It's the best movie, all the greatest masterpiece is Human Centipede. Human Centipede. Unironically.
Unironically.
Literally just fly across from TikTok.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's so good.
It was a Childish Gambino song lyric where they were like, what is one song lyric where they should have done something else? And he goes something about, well, if you don't like it, kiss my ass, Human Centipede.
Yep.
But it was like, you should have, the word, it was right there because they don't really...
oh yeah,
not gonna put it together for
you just change that to that changed. Yeah, that's so good. That's so close. I think okay.
Yeah.
I listen to deeply obscure alt music, but there is Brandon something, and there's a song, and the lyric is, "I will lay down on your fire, tie me up and set a light." It's pyre. You don't even have to change the rhyme scheme. You just change the line to pyre. I will lay down on your pyre, tie me up, and set a light. You light up a pyre. Why would you relight a fire? I think about it a lot. Yeah. It's a great song otherwise, but I think about that line, and it just worms its way into my head. Anyway.
You should email them.
I feel the same.
Yeah. Oh, the song's like almost a decade old now, and that feels weird.
Don't. I never do.
Hi there, strange person who...
One of my favorite bands, I don't even know if they're around anymore, but in college I was a street teamer for them. I didn't even know they were singing about things like D&D. I was just like, this is a really good bop. And the main singer was a puppeteer for Jim Henson, so you know he was animated. I love them. They're called No More Kings. They have a few things on YouTube soon, but I love that.
I do love No More Kings. I also, as a child, wanted to grow up to be a Muppeteer. So that's it's great.
I wanted to make the puppets. I never wanted to be on screen. I know I attract attention, but when I'm not trying, I'm a swamp goblin on purpose. So but I wanted to be the swamp goblin who made the props as I'm creating. Right.
There was a competition reality show that was based, like, you were trying to be a Muppeteer for the Hensons. It was really good. It was only like one season.
Yep.
Yeah, it's worth.
Oh, for the Hensons, or are we talking about Jim Henson?
Well, it would have been more recent. So.
Okay, I was confused.
But
I was gonna say, what?
But okay, this is not gonna help in my I am not a furry argument, but I loved doing costume work. I love doing puppetry. I find that stuff really fun, like on a performance level. And honestly, I wouldn't necessarily mind everything. It just gets a touch, a skosh, a bit too. The line between monster hugger and furry is so very thin. And I just...
You can say fuck if you want to.
That's true.
Like,
do I want...
We got no shame in our monster fucking game.
That's true. Like, do I want to fuck a person in a fursuit? No, that seems sticky and hot. But would I fuck a werewolf? Yes. These are the clarifications.
It's equally as sticky and hot. Like, what? That's the part that, like...
But one is pretend and one would be a reality. And I want that reality. I want the fantasy of it all.
Yeah, see, here's the question. Which one smells worse then at that point? Because I'm quite sure those fursuits don't get fumigated. 100%. But then a werewolf is like in the woods, rolling around in mud and tree bark.
It depends on which version of a werewolf we're talking about. Just like if we're talking about zombies, if they're fast or slow, or vampires, if they're can't go out in the sun or they're sparkly. These are the questions. You have to dissect that issue first, and then from there you can move on to the follow-up questions on...
Okay. So it's between Teen Wolf and Lupus, or Remus Lupin.
Oh, I unironically had a massive crush on Remus Lupin. Reading the books, let alone played in the movies. Yeah, no, I'd fuck Lupin. I read all the young dudes. It's a great fanfic. I would...
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so
this heart is where you truly live. This heart here.
Have we settled on the fact that Pan is playing Mbop by the Hand Brothers?
Yep.
I just think they're just playing bluegrass, or they got some fucking...
Yes, they are in fact playing bluegrass, and one of the... I don't know, what lives in a forest that's relatively large?
A werewolf.
A bear?
You know what? Bear? A werebear. We're gonna compromise. A werebear is vibing in the corner playing a steel guitar.
Ooh, nice.
Oh my
lute.
Steel lute. Fantasy steel lute.
Immediate entry, I see. Just straight out the gate. Got it.
Yep. And bluegrass.
Igreus makes the sponge guard face. And he like turns and looks at the guy playing the steel lute, and and it's just making beautiful screaming noises.
Uh-huh.
And he just kind of like, you know, when you like in Family Guy, you see when he gets picked up by the pie and he like slowly starts to float. Well, because he has the fly spell or the fly feet, he just like in that pose starts to float in that direction.
Yep. You,
Mrs. Baker. Oh, go
ahead.
Mrs. Baker would definitely be smiling big at Pan and put her hands out, one of which is one of his favorite pastries, and walking towards him with a huge smile.
Oh,
or them.
Pan uses he, they pronouns. They have what we're going to generously call about a hefty B, a small C cupped chest, with a happy trail that goes right in between, a dappling of hair along their chin, and then the fur legs. I would say they are wearing nothing but a smile, but in fact they do have a sash around their waist that covers nothing. But it's just fun and funky and has little jingly trinkets on it. They have an assortment of different plants woven in their hair that's kind of loose and waving. And as they see you approach with the treat, they immediately like let their flute rest on their chest as the rope tightens, and they kind of like lean forward to you, like ingratiating themselves, accepting the gift.
It is so good to see you. I'll never forget your favorite.
It is always love to see you, Mrs. Baker. Oh, and you're so talented. It's very nice to see you. I always look forward to our visit. Oh, and my favorite little sage. Look at you. And they like scoop you up. He scoops you up in a big hug.
Man, that's crazy. Watching a pile of leaves suddenly get scooped up.
Wrestle.
They give you a big twirl and set you down gently. They are covered in mud.
That was lovely.
You always are adorable. I'm so glad you're here. You guys can complete a task for me. That's why you're here, correct? You're not just... I mean, I love a social visit, but I'm assuming you're here on business?
Igreus is literally just... He has sat down in front of this werebear as they play.
Fantastic. I'm sorry.
I hand one of my tasks, and I present it to them, and I'm like, this is the after brew. This is what I have figured is the perfect thing for after the party. And with your permission, if I'm at a fermented element, just for that, like after the next day element, can I call it hair of the pan, please?
You may. Oh my goodness. This is wondrous. And like around you, like the trees grow vibrant. It is not the season for them to be so vibrant and full, but they almost turn lush in his exuberance. And a crown of seasonal leaves kind of drapes around your head. I would be honored.
I'm fangirling over here.
Oh, you guys are all very cute. All very sweet. And look at you, so fascinated by music. Is it the shiny or is it the noise?
He kind of like does a double take over his shoulder. And he's like, I didn't know that you could. What is this instrument called?
Oh, it's a lute, dear, but one of the blacksmiths made it, and it was just so neat. It made such a unique noise that when the original bard that had it transported themselves through my forest causing a ruckus, I killed them and took it.
And I would like to think that Igreus like remembers this. Like, I think his brother plays something similar. And like where they're from, and he's asked him about it, and he's like, "Oh, I'll tell you about it later."
Yeah.
type thing. So that's why he's so drawn to it, and he's like, whatever this is, I have to learn to play it.
Well, I will warn you, based on who it was made by, it has been blessed with what could be considered infernal, I argue, a touch of death. And as you,
his eyes flash like flames.
Oh my goodness! It's almost like this was always meant to find you. And they kind of gesture to the werebear, and the werebear stops playing, looks at you for the first time, like fully acknowledging you. There was like a eye movement of like, oh, someone's approaching me. I gotta, and they just kind of.
Oh, I imagine Kyle Gass from Tenacious D, like watching Jack Black walk up to him. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah. And they extend it out to you.
And he looks back and forth, and he bows his head, and he takes it like a knight receiving his first blade from the queen.
Well, look.
How do I use this?
And like the werebear kind of like leans around you and kind of like adjusts your like hold on it and kind of gets your hand in a rest, and then goes young with your hand. And it's not an interesting sound yet, but you're starting to see like the concept of it. You understand how music works.
Yes. Yep.
And
he's playing very discordant chords, like immediately, just like trying to replicate it.
Man, can you imagine the fire show behind this guy when he gets good at it?
Oh, I do hope he gets good at it. If he keeps making too much noise that's unpleasant, I'd hate to see what would happen.
Yeah, Mrs. Baker puts her hand on Igreus' hand and says, Not now. Let's practice later, okay? We need to talk to Pan about business.
He kind of like stops, and then you see him like he goes to like put and he's like, I don't. So then he tears off a piece of his fabric and starts tying it around the neck of the lute and then the base of the lute and slings it over his shoulder.
Perfect. Pan looks at you and kind of tilts their head, and for the first time you see their eyes shift from this like lovely hazel to these spirals of like green and yellow as they kind of take you in. And he kind of leans forward and goes, hey, when you get good at that, return and play me a song. And then I'll give you something in exchange. I do love good music.
I'll return with a song of my own. How about that?
Ooh, I do love art. It's a shame, though. I'm so far out in the woods, not that I don't love my domain, but I rarely get minstrels, and when I do, some of them are very bad, and they have to go away. Others that are good, though, I keep around for a while, and like the werebear kind of just nods.
I give the werebear one of our apples that are in our rations.
Yeah. Now that you've interacted with him a few times, he takes it and he's like, oh, okay. And he kind of like leans over to you and goes, hey, don't worry about it, kid. It's actually really rad here. And like, I've never felt more at home, but like, no, for serious, if you are very good, he'll just make you stay. Some people are into it. Some people aren't. So what you want to aim for is like just above average. That's
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind when it comes to my music crafting.
Yep. So he reaches in a bush and pulls out another, but wooden lute this time. It's a really great elven craftsmanship, and he just kind of starts trumming along.
And so Igreus, while you guys are like talking, he's like, you can discuss with Pan, and he kind of like walks next to the werebear, or to the werebear, and starts like following his finger movements, but not actually strumming, just following his left hand finger movements.
And you watch as the werebear like shifts their style from like very like light, dainty, fast to like a slow, more melodic song that they can work more of the chords and kind of just show you. Still keeping a beat, still keeping it moving, but keeping it nice and slow and rhythmic. And Pan refocuses on the rest of you. So you're here to deliver my... Okay, so I made an agreement, and every season I bring this gift because my friend... Well, okay, correction. My friend's husband loves her so very much. So I agree to deliver something for the husband to my friend because it's very sweet and I think it's very romantic that they're so in love. I also hate them a little bit for it. Have you ever seen people just so disgustingly in love? Anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. But I love my friend and I will do anything to keep her happy. And if delivering something from her husband makes her happy, I continue and play like I don't know anything that's happening. And every year it's, oh, a surprise, something got delivered. Very cute, very sweet. My life is misery and a loneliness. It's fine. So, you are going to deliver a present. So it is very important to keep the present safe. But I have made requests this year that it be non-perishable, just in case it takes you a little while to deliver it. The main thing is you have to deliver it before the end of the summer. Which, for you guys, it's February. You guys got time.
Okay. Where are we delivering it to and who?
Oh, okay. So, I had notes on this. Because they would give you a vague description. So you're going to be delivering it to a maiden. She would be located somewhere. So you'll be going to Naxos, which is an island off the southern coast.
Naxos. Can you spell that for me?
Naxos.
N or M?
N as in Nancy.
Got it. Naxos. And you said that's off the southern coast?
Correct. Yes. Now I will warn you, if you catch the young dark-skinned maiden when she is there, she will likely have something for you to return. And returning it to me is perfectly fine. If you want to return it to her husband, that's a little bit of a longer trek. But I'm sure he'd be happy to have you. And his eyes drift over to Mox as he says this. Nothing, my dear. You're so cute with that new instrument. Don't strum it or I'll hit you.
Yeah, he hasn't like he's placed his hand on the base of it, but he's like really following with the finger movements.
Yes.
Return.
Well, now that business has been addressed, would you like anything to drink, anything to partake? Dino left some fabulous wines here the last time he visited. Anything you would enjoy?
DM, can I do an insight check or whatever check to see if I understand who we're going to delivering things to?
Oh, okay.
Because I have an idea that it's Hades and Persephone, but do I think that?
Yeah.
Oh, do I need to roll an insight on that? A disadvantage?
Yeah, whatever you roll, Mox will be at disadvantage. At this point, as we've canonically established, your character knows nothing, has never known anything, and is just here for vibes.
100%. Insight disadvantage.
Yeah, Mrs. Baker, I'll let you roll an insight. I was debating on whether or not it'd be insight or history, but I'll let you use insight.
Okay, so that's the first one.
Just a 15.
15? Okay.
Yeah. I rolled a 12. Yeah, just a 12.
there's lots of married gods. Very few of them are happy. So essentially, you can be like, there's a few it very well could be Hades and Persephone, but you're not sure. Mox, wow, there's a lot of married gods. Maybe it's not Zeus and Hera. They're not happy. That's about your thought process.
Yeah.
And then you go back.
And he just keeps going back to yeah, it is. It goes back to the plan. So okay, I'd be happy. What item do you need us to take? He says again, still staring down at the salute.
They produce a wrapped parcel, about yay big, about the size of like a good loaf of bread. And they produce it and hold it out to the party, whoever wants to take it.
Yeah, Mrs. Baker, can you take that and tell me if that object is hard or soft? Just gauging whether or not I need to shrink it.
When you get it, it's kind of a little squishy. Not.
Is it animal, mineral, or vegetable?
It's wrapped in paper.
And says,
How large is it?
About the size of a good loaf of bread, like about the
I just dip it. I dip it into my apron.
Yeah, it for sure fits.
Into the booby pocket.
Yep.
Infinite.
I have so many pockets.
That's what we need. That's our cheat code. Infinite booby pocket.
You fit the whole Coke can under these boys.
Bigger on the inside.
But yeah, Pan provides you, and they kind of gesture, and they're like, I don't pick the gifts, I deliver them because it's a fun little thing I could do for my friend.
So,
go ahead, Mrs. Baker.
So, to finish this task, we have to deliver it.
Mm-hmm.
To deliver this package and then deliver a different pack to either you or her husband?
It is very likely. In my experience, every time I've delivered the gift, there was always something to be returned. This is, how would I say it, an optional side quest, should you choose to partake of it, but it could be illuminating for some of you. It could be a fun little romp. It could be a miserable trek through hell. Who knows?
Wait, we're going to hell? So Pan, Sovereign Pan of the great, I don't know what forest this is. And he kind of like looks around. So do you play any other instruments than the pan? Flute?
Oh shoot, there's an actual name to this. It's named after the nymph he fell in love with. So he would call it that. But I forgot. I have Google in my hands.
No, we have technology.
It's called technomancy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Strings. Oh, you mean
only DMs are capable of it.
Yes.
Yes. I play a variety of instruments. Although the strings was my first, and the first way I express the loss of my love. It's fine.
How did you lose your love? This is my first time with an actual instrument. I saw back where we're from, I saw a group of minstrels go by, and I really liked the lute. I tried to make one out of bark. It didn't work very well. But like, how did you lose your love? That has to be very hard.
Well, the issue is how I fell in love to begin with. For you see, we've since come to terms on this, but once upon a time, Eros was a spoiled little shit who thought it would be funny to make people who were considered hideous and unlovable fall madly in love with the thing that they desired most, which for me, I've always had a fondness for nymphs. And if you know anything about nymphs, they abhor ugliness. And here I am. a furry half-man, which...
In all of your glory.
I know, I am glorious, and we're in a renaissance, but back in the day, not so quite fond of us. Hence why I don't live on Olympus. I'm looked down as a lesser. Actually, you could thank Hermes for me to be considered part of this endeavor. It was a very smart marketing move on his end, but that's a whole side story. But I got struck with one of Eros's arrows, which is a fun thing to say back to back. I then saw Strynx, who was a beautiful nymph. I chased her into the reeds, and she escaped, rightly so, because I was being very unrealistic about my expectations for that relationship, and not very keen on mutual consent. To be fair, it was partially the arrows. I was also just a horny god, okay? I'm horny. It's a lot when then you get influenced by divine intervention. Anyway.
Three horns, yes.
Yeah. I then returned with nothing but a bundle of the reeds in my hand. I realized the different lengths made different noises, and bada boom, the pipes.
Seems very mean, though. I do know a little bit about arrows. I've seen what their arrows can do. But that I always considered that beauty was internal, and to only really know someone's inner beauty is to get to know them. So I'm partially confused.
Oh.
Did you ever speak to this nymph after that?
No. To be fair, she now avoids me, understandably so. I've made new connections, new friends.
Of course.
I am now less of a creep. But when you're young and you're full of this vim and vigor, and like the gods breed such an unhealthy relationship status. Do you know how many of their spouses are kidnapped? Like Hermes and like two others are the only ones who have decent relation. Hermes and Dionysus, I believe, are like two of the only ones who have like a decent relationship with their spouse. Even Eros had this whole thing. Like he and Psyche ended up working out, and everything's fine now. And honestly, he's gotten much better since he settled down. But the early days, fucking chaos. And I love chaos, but disgusting.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yes.
Chaos and then there's drama.
Yeah, Hermes has the perfect dick. Have you seen it?
Yes, I have. Hermes and I have.
That's why his wife is happy. That's it. It's perfect.
Oh, I'm sure he's pleased quite a few people with that, including myself. He and I go way back, though.
Nice.
And he kind of, and at this point, as he was listening to that story, Igreus is like, has found his way over to the grassy spot below Pan, and just says, I believe that it's good that you have made personal strides to try to be better. But I need you, and this is not a tripe against you, but I need you to understand and remember that you were affected by external forces, and that all of this was not on your shoulders. And if you're going to be a being of this forest, the sovereign of the trees and sound and music, that you remember that you are still a being of great purity and honesty.
I'm a being as old as the earth itself. Since the first story of telling your sweet innocent children not to go into the forest, I have existed. And I am older than the gods you represent. And it's only through a series of agreements and mutual understandings that we agree. Look.
Exactly. The gods think themselves your betters. But you are above. Remember this. I agree with you.
Ooh, aren't you a little feisty one? You'll be remembered through the ages. I will make things happen if that's the case. If you continue to please me, sweet boy. No, you... Oh, she's gonna be so pleased to hear about you. Anyway, for example, my friend and I go way, way back. So technically, we are now gods amongst your consideration. But there has been a time before any of this existed, and all of these stories are redundant and we just fill. And you see their eyes kind of start to spiral as they start to break the fourth wall of existing in pantheons and being gods, and how the horned god has existed through a cacophony of other religions and cultures across all sorts of lands. And you kind of just see them kind of go on a weird diatribe. And like as he starts to spiral, you see an assortment of like woodland creatures kind of come out and offer you drinks and teas and wines, with this assortment of like harvested berries and fruits. And they kind of just lose their shit for a little bit, go on a rant. I will say, if anyone tries to listen too closely, you will have to make a wisdom saving throw not to lose your shit.
Yeah, Igreus was honestly listening to Pan Talk, so like...
Make a wisdom saving throw. I will say, if Sophos
I
wants
think
to
Sage
listen,
being like...
she gets advantage, because she's heard variations of this before.
So, what do we...
Also,
just
I
wisdom?
feel like Pan is like a Ted and what's his name movie. You just gotta be on something to get it.
Yeah. Oh, Bill and Ted? No.
Bill and Ted's Awesome Adventure.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what was your saving throw, Mox?
Was it, you said it was wisdom? It was a wisdom save. 16.
Ooh. Okay. Did you want to listen in, Dynah?
Dynah, I'm assuming, is a little bit hungover and trying to sketch in her notebook and follow along, and also trying to decide whether she's going to freak out about the musician, because I have it in my head that it's Joe Barry of Barrowsmith.
Joe Barry of Barrow. You know what's funny is if you read that thing that I sent you, DM, it 100% says that it was originated by a band called the Sabbath of the Black. So
yep. Joe Barry of Barrowsmith. I got it. Yep, that is now canon.
He's trying to remember the lyrics to Honey Motion.
But it sounds like bear sounds.
Yep. All right. That'll get updated in the canon. But yeah.
This sounds very interesting. It's a lot of information. I don't usually get too much, except for my brother.
Oh yeah, sorry. I need to discuss what you guys hear. Sophos, how'd you do?
My phone that I'm using for my rolls is restarting because it decided to update on me. So I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm stuck. She was getting out one of her like cauldron of everything coffees in the flask, just to kind of like wave it in front of Pan, kind of like a smelling salts type of like grounding, something to ground them. Because as much as it is fun to break the fourth dimension, it can make you a little dizzy afterwards.
Yep. Okay, so Igreus, there's not technically a mechanic for this. You're gonna take an insanity point.
Okay.
You flew a little too close to the mythos.
The 4-year-old is on my lap. Sorry about that.
You're totally fine.
That is your daddy.
But yeah, so you're gonna take a little insanity point. Your nose starts to kind of bleed, and like you get a raging headache as you're like, oh, everything's a story, nothing's real, everything. I don't like that.
Everything is a story. That's how I exist in real life. So I don't know if that's like, I say that about everything all the time. Like everything has a start, from this can on my desk to the oldest eldritch being has a story, a start, a middle, and a finish. So
Yep. So yeah, you have a little moment of you're like all the mythos rushing into your head, and you're just like, oh no.
Can I memorize it though? Because this is Igreus' siphon of knowledge.
You know what? You rolled not too far off from the threshold. Roll a d6, and you will have learned 6 interesting things.
Oh.
Well, up to 6 interesting things. So roll your d6. Tell me how many you got.
That is a 6.
Hot diggity dog.
So 6 things.
Oh, let's see.
6 mythos. I didn't mean to do that.
I'm gonna have to think about which mythos you get.
Got it.
Because there's like a couple that he would be interested in. One for sure that you're gonna get is Pan, Dionysus, Persephone all exceed historically the pantheon. They have since been rewoven and reborn into this situation, but all 3 of them far exceed this modern pantheon, even the Titans. So you would get that information. You would learn.
That means that they're what are they called? Because they're not gods. They are
not Titans.
No, they're not Titans. There's a title they specifically have. It's not elemental, but it's something that has existed.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, because like their stories have technically. Here's another fun fact. Well, this could be part of the fact that you learned. Technically, Persephone precedes Hades as being queen of the underworld. Hades,
right,
in relation, completely new concept compared to the fact that Persephone herself is the queen and has always been the queen of Hades. And it's just in a more recent situation where, in current canon, Hades is older than Persephone, and by virtue of her being born by Demeter, but is in fact her existence, her essence has far reaching histories. There's one other one. I will give you this. Dionysus has been known by a multitude of names. And maybe was once born of death himself and is associated with the resurrection. So those 2 I'll give you now, and then we'll talk about the others.
It's the resurrection. Okay.
Yeah.
I have to pee, so you can keep talking to them.
Okay. All right. So you as Pan goes on their rant, and they kind of come back down, and they see the coffee and immediately take the coffee and like kind of huddle and sit and drink for a little bit, and kind of do like a far distant dissociative stare.
I rolled perception. I finally rolled my advantage to hear Pan. I found my dice. I rolled a 12, but I don't know what my plus is because I'm still waiting for this other phone to update.
Wisdom.
I pressed no update, and then it started updating.
Yep, I can check that for you because it's your wisdom saving throw, which you should be proficient in.
That's a theory there.
Well, I think it's default by your druidism. So it's a plus 7. So you rolled a 12. So you got a 19. So technically the threshold is 20, but I will say because you kind of zoned out a little bit to pull out the coffee and be like, "Oh, yeah, I know what's coming." I'll say that you don't. Take an insanity point. I think it's funny.
Yeah.
But for you, it's kind of like another one to the pile kind of energy.
It's a Tuesday.
Yeah. And you rolled higher. Do you want to roll a d8 and see if you learn anything, or do you not care to actually learn anything?
I mean, why not? Let's try it.
Yeah.
Located.
Move. Stuff. Arrow the one.
Oh, that's so fantastic. Huh. I don't know. What is something that Sophos is most interested in when it comes to the lore of the mythos?
Interested in the lore of the mythos, I guess that would be. I'm gonna be honest, she didn't pay attention in temple school.
Is there
she was in the back.
Are there any gods that you're interested in learning about?
Oh, cool. I mean, now Hermes just because I want, or Herman because I want to get like dirt on them. More dirt on them.
Ooh.
But I know the one, so like.
No, well, so that means you get one interesting fact. So if you wanted like something about Hermes, okay, he has.
There's their ticklish spot.
Yeah, it's under their foot for sure. Yeah, they have a weird foot thing. You'll also know
that's
that
in my reach.
They have several children with Aphrodite. So,
okay.
So Hermes and Aphrodite have many children together. Well, I think at least 2. I think 3. But
all right, I'm gonna go take the little one to bed. I'm here, but I'm like partially here.
You're good. All right, so you guys survive your interaction, take a little bit of insanity for experiencing that. What is Mrs. Baker doing while Hermes is going on, while Pan is going on their rant?
I actually had a way to find a nice like log or something to sit on and kind of visit with the woodland creatures. Mm-hmm. She's got a croissant like out of her pocket and is like sharing it with whoever is bringing her tea.
Mm-hmm. So you sit down. The critters bring you an assortment of things from around the forest. They also bring you tea. The fattest groundhog you've ever seen crawls up and settles in your lap. And they don't quite purr, but it kind of chitters happily.
Yeah, she's only just scratching all like the good scritchy places.
Yep.
So she's not really paying attention to Pan. I think that Mrs. Baker, she's been around a lot and she could recognize that what's happening and that he's going off on a tangent. So she's just going to wait it out and keep an eye on Igreus. And yeah. She's probably sleepy.
Yeah. Yeah, you can full I'm watching the television with my eyes closed energy while all this is going on. And you can take a nice little nap as they kind of go on for a little bit. The bear immediately just starts to play music again. Is like, yep, this is gonna happen. And what about Dynah? What is she doing while all of this is happening?
Literally running through her famous Werebear rock singers. Chester Barrington, Dave Growl, Trent Grisnor.
Take inspiration. I like it. I like the puns.
No, he's been compiling a list this entire time. And I love it.
So good. That's so
George
good.
Barrison.
4 more. Just 4 more. That's all I want. But yeah. So you guys all have a nice little rest. If you gain anything from a short rest at this point, you would get those now.
So Igreus has just been sitting there kind of like humming to himself and like leaning. You see him because the forest is loud. And so he's been leaning his head really close to the lute, and you hear him sort of messing up on a song, but it sounds sort of original, but he's humming it out loud to try to find the note on the lute, and he's just going bum ba da da dum bum ba da 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 bum ba dum bum ba da da dum bum. And he's just playing it over and over, and you hear like the instrument like him playing wrong notes like temporarily, but then he starts finding the pattern again. And so that's all he's doing during his entire break.
Fantastic. All right, yes. So that will go. That. All right. All right. So you guys kind of zone in, listen, or zone out, pending. Take a short rest if you guys needed it. I don't think many of you guys get stuff back. I think Mox, because you did spend a spell slot. I think you could get it back through a sorcery point if you wanted to do that. But otherwise, you guys.
I get spell slot back, but I didn't use any. So
awesome.
What's our next plan in order for me to prepare my spell list? Because I'm trying to get an idea of what the heck we're gonna do and what the heck will be helpful.
Well, you guys are theoretically making your way just past Delphi into the township where the hearth is to relight it.
Right, we're supposed to visit Estia, right?
Correct.
So more traveling in woods. And then in city. Okay, I can do these.
What time of day is it?
You guys left kind of at first light, made your way down the mountain, which took about an hour. Probably a little bit longer, but you would have found like a path at that point. So it'd be taking the rest like just afternoon.
Okay. I think that Mrs. Baker's going to walk over to Pan, where he was drinking his coffee, or they were drinking their coffee, and take a little seat next to them, and you do the whole like shoulder bump thing. But I'm real small, so it would be like my shoulder, his hand or something. So I'm gonna do a little shoulder bump and look up to him and say, I never thought you were ugly. Never did.
He kind of sighs and like wraps your face with his hands and goes, I adore you for that. And I'd like to think I'm not ugly, but people have certain thoughts on what divinity should look like, and unfortunately, unlike some of the gods, there's only so much I can manipulate my form. But I am content, and I found joy in my forest. Existence is what it is. I am a boogeyman in many a stories. I am a divine protector of nature. Somebody like me has to exist. And we don't get to decide for ourselves.
Well, I for one am glad that you exist.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you exist.
Well, we should probably get out of here. Was there anything else that you needed from us, or just the delivery?
No, I am just a midway point. But should you ever need me, I am not helpful in... Well, no, I am tremendously helpful in a fight. I'm very particular about what I fight for, though. Or sometimes it's just out of whim. Who knows?
Well, we have Sophos, and you give her power that already helps us in a fight.
I know.
So she's great. You did so good. It's so good. She's great. You chose a good one.
Don't tell any of the others of my cult, because there are many. She's my favorite. I do like her quite a bit.
She has to be your, like, come on. The pile of leaves? Come on. Can you get any more pan than that?
I know. She's like a little
Meanwhile,
forest.
like Sophos, she's been out there like trying to catch a bee. So should I like roll for that?
Yes.
Do you want me to roll for catching a bee?
How are you trying to catch the bee? Are you trying to keep it alive?
Yes.
Excellent.
Well, yes.
Roll animal handling.
Look at her over there. Catching a bee.
I know.
Animal handling. Boom. Oh, wait. No, not working. D20. Go. Do the thing. Oh, I selected so many of them. I'm sorry.
You're totally fine.
Try this again. I'm bad at this. One single D. Okay, a D12 and then animal handling plus 4, so 16.
Yep. So you catch it. And it's at first it's like and then it's like, oh, well, I'm not. You don't seem like you're worth stinging because you smell like where I'm supposed to be. So yeah, you don't get stung by the bee. You do acquire it. Pan kind of leans down and goes, "I know, she's gonna cause so many problems
everywhere we go. It's wonderful."
Also, she facilitates a lot of drugs and parties, and we love that. Because
I mean,
because I'm not the god of wine or whatever, but I love a good party and I love revelry. So it's just, she's precious.
I wish I would have met her when I was younger.
Oh, you two would have been terrible together. Didn't you used to cut a rug? I think I vaguely remember you at some of those parties.
Yeah. She just blushes a little bit and shakes her head like, yeah. We won't tell the kitties about that.
We won't tell any of the kitties.
They have a reputation now of being grandmotherly.
Which is incredibly cute, but I knew you when.
Yeah. And I just shove a croissant in his mouth.
They like.
Sophos puts the bee inside a flask.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you put the bee in a flask.
And then she walks up to Pan and she like very, very lovingly just pets his fur to motion him to come down to her. And then she hands him the flask with the bee in it. And then she tells him, so I keep hearing this thing about beauty and beauty being in the eye of the beholder. So now nobody can say no shit. I have made the spell and this is its element. So like keep this little flask and like I know you will take care of him, but as long as you have a bee, you're beautiful, right? That's how that works.
Oh my god. Fuck it, I'm not gonna make you roll shit. Pan lights up. By the way, the croissant went way deeper down his throat than you would have ever expected it to. He winks as he kind of takes it back out and chews it down, then leans down, has the cute interaction. 1, take inspiration. 2, you permanently have 4 luck points now. No,
I woke up my kid.
Dynah hears her beholder story, and in the background remembers one of Joe Barry's songs, and it's just humming quietly. I don't want to miss a sting.
Yeah. Perfect. One, the luck would have probably come from Pan, and it being one of your features. That would greatly affect him. He would like you see the tears stream and like he scoops you up into another hug, and then he like accepts the bee, and then like you see him take the jar and like twist it open, and as he releases the bee, a huge like viney hive appears, and the bee immediately makes their way into the hive.
Oh.
You are the most precious thing I have ever had the pleasure of finding. I want you to have nothing but joy and safety. Oh, and if any of them let you die, I will hunt them down and murder everyone. I will burn down this world.
Gulp.
I just gotta close my eyes. What's inside this hive?
So good. Oh, that's
I
so
give
cute.
Ben a besito on the cheek, and I just give them a big hug, and I'm like, I love you so much.
Oh, you're my favorite. Oh, you're so perfect.
Just eat your honey, and I
turn around
don't
and give a raspberry to anybody in the general vicinity.
Oh, good berries?
Favorite status.
Yeah.
Oh no, raspberry.
Oh, just raspberry. But yeah, so they kind of like wipe away the tears, and he sits up and he goes, "Oh, if you keep staying in my domain and making me cry, I'll keep you." So what I advise is you get back on the road, and like you see, and like with that they kind of gesture their hand, and a pathway becomes very clear amongst the trees. And it's odd because the trees don't move. Has the path always been clear? But the path wasn't there. But they kind of gesture, and the path appears, and they go, "Oh, you are welcome to find me anytime. Should you need me again, my connection is limited." He hands you a pipe reed. That you guys, it's not a full pan flute. It's kind of more of a pan recorder. Kind of hands it to Sophos. I can hear that. Again, I can't always intercede, and I can't guarantee that I'll be helpful, but I will do my best, and I will always listen for your prayers. He kind of like takes you under the chin and gives you another like gentle chin up kind of motion. But be safe. I wish you all well in your travels.
Thanks.
I'll always let you know when the most lit parties happen.
You do make great parties. Oh, we're gonna get so high.
All right. Mrs. Baker's going to give Pan a hand squeeze before climbing up into the baby Bjorn.
He squeezes you back, and actually like kind of helps you climb into it as kind of a gentlemanly gesture, helps you up. But yeah. All right, well.
Igreus kind of notices for the first time that everybody's like doing something. He's been really focused on this like song, which I did send to you guys in the group chat, so you can look at it. Mm-hmm. But then he like notices, he's like, and he looks over at Pan and he says, "Just remember, you are who you are, regardless of what they say. I do not trust what the gods say, and neither should you. Be who you are, and I will be myself."
He smiles, and he kind of like runs his hand across behind your ear and kind of across your face, and a plume of, I'm trying to think, there's like a, not baby's breath, but there's like a snow flower that's like white, does come up during the winter, kind of an evergreen, and I can't remember what it is, but they kind of gesture their hand behind you, and a series of like white blossoms appear behind your ear.
It's Yarrow.
Yarrow, there you go. So Yarrow kind of appears behind your ear with like the evergreen kind of bristles to it.
Okay. And he says, "Most gracious, I will return to you with the song that I promised you."
And like he kind of takes you in for a second, and like you see a hint of mischief cross his face, and then he kind of relaxes and goes, "I will hold you to it, but you're a long-lived creature. I'm sure we'll be running into each other eventually. Don't rush."
Don't worry, this one will take quite a while. He kind of like turns around and he starts like, and you start to get that feeling that like unintentionally, Igreus is like this musical soul who just like unintentionally very much is involved in art and doesn't realize it. And so he's like, this one is going to take a while to write this one.
Oh yeah, that's a thing. That's you were like 2 seconds away from I was about to say you're not going to be a bard anymore. Someone's about to take warlock pack.
For sure.
But yeah,
Robert Johnson.
Dynah, do you want to say anything to Pan as you're leaving?
No, I've got nothing for this one. I'm already. She's just got the albums running through her head. Trent Grisnorth comes out. 'Cause I'm asleep in the winter.
The bear, the werebear that's been like lounging and playing music as you kind of like fangirl, signs one of your fantasy records.
Yeah.
Gives you a headshot and a wink.
It'd be funny if the bear was just like, I don't belong here.
Oh. But they
do.
I do belong here. I shit in the woods.
Because you said steal loot, so in my head, like metalworker, like would I be able to craft instruments as well, instruments of music as well as of death?
Yeah, that is certainly something you can attempt to do.
I mean, if you want to, I'm gonna need an amp at some point.
I feel like this is gonna be a thing. And so the mind is racing over here.
I'm gonna need like pedals and everything, like 100%.
Yeah, no. It takes it's a higher DC because metal instruments are very, very, very intricate, and take a lot of practice. But yeah, that is something you could eventually learn to do. We'll make an electric triangle. We'll cause all sorts of problems. Everyone will have fun.
For sure. An electric triangle with perpetual ringing. Just throw it in a room and let it go off.
Symbols.
So as you reattach the cart to social repost, and gosh, I can't remember the other horse's name.
We didn't name the other horse.
No.
The other horse doesn't have a name. So because social repost is just Igreus's horse. Somebody else can name the other horse if you want.
I thought we did. I thought we named it after a racehorse.
We didn't.
Oh,
we did.
Was it? Is it Sagittarius? It's a sea biscuit. What is it?
It was muñeco. It was doll.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
muñeco. Yeah. So you as you guys are attaching everything to the horses, you'll notice that their hair and general health seems to like they're so healthy. Like their fur is so lush. They were always like healthy horses, but like there's that little touch extra of meat on the bone, but like of that healthy musculature. They look like they're in incredible health.
Right. And I am super excited about it.
Yep.
See, while we're walking up and I just rehook, because I have to take the card out from my pocket and enlarge it again. And as I'm hooking them up, I'm like, social repost, look what I have here.
Social repost fully headbutts you.
Good. I have gotten to the point now where I know when he's about to do it, and so we just headbutt each other. Full on Hercules, like headbutt each other.
Oh yeah. Like he full on goes for the headbutt. Muñeco just like is that third wheel in a weird relationship.
Right.
It's just like sitting there like, yeah, this is gonna happen. Okay. But yeah, so you guys load up the wagon, you go through the cleared path to rejoin the road. You're gonna hit the Temple of Delphi first. Do any of you wish to stop by Delphi?
Okay, Mrs. Baker has to pee because she has a tiny bladder.
Yep.
So she's gonna stop at the Temple of Delphi to pee.
Yeah, they have a good bathroom there.
I am going to go in like with Mrs. Baker clearly because I have her in the baby Bjorn. But I'm gonna stand there and wait, obviously. But I'm gonna look up. Igreus is gonna look up and he's gonna look at the statue of Delphi and he's going to say, "You know, I'm not quite sure of the history for all of you, but I'm hoping there is much more than meets the eye for some of you, at least."
You're all Transformers.
Yep.
For my Midwestern Ohio, Indiana fans, they're on Fantasy I-70. These are the cleanest bathrooms on Fantasy I-70. There's a candle shop that has the best fudge, like anywhere. Anyway.
Oh, there's a candle shop?
Yep, there's a candle shop.
Igreus is gonna go buy some candles.
Okay.
What kind? Excuse me. This guy comes in with like this dirty, trench coat that goes all the way down, and he's like, "Excuse me. Do you have what kind of candles do you have?"
Boy, do I got candles. Okay, so we got novelty candles that look like all sorts of shapes. In a seashell, maybe in a seashell. Do you like good smells? These smells like every patisserie that has ever happened, ever. This one smells like stew for some reason. These are worship holy candles with all your favorite, not saints, and all your favorite gods on them. There's so many candles. If there's a candle you want, they have it.
I need 2 of the Delphi candles, and I need about 6 of the black candles. They don't have to be scented; they can be single wicks. If you don't know, I'm very much a candle person in real life. I go to everywhere for candles, so I'm single wicks. 3 wicks are too expensive. If they can be wood wicks, that would be really nice. And so 2 of the Delphis and. Let's do 6 of the black candles.
All right. So 2 of the novelty Delphi candles. You know that I went to Delphi and all I got was a stupid candle, is written on the side of them. So you get 2 of those. You get 6 black candles. We'll say 3 of them have wood wicks. The others are just standard. The wood wick ones smell like amber, cedar, and tobacco.
Good. I was hoping so. That was exactly what I was hoping for. I was like, it's gonna smell like teak wood and mahogany.
Mrs. Baker finds her way to the store from finishing her potty break and takes.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Baker. I was waiting for her, but I need some candles. I wanted to. So the Delphi candles are specifically to so that I can do a few respectful prayers to Delphi since we did enter her temple. And the black candles are just for meditation. I plan on, and you don't have to tell Pan this, but I plan on writing a song for Civics.
If you find a Dolly, go ahead and grab me one.
What? A Dalai Lama one?
Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton.
Oh,
I got a Dolly Parton. Yeah. Yeah, and I need one of the Dolly Partons.
Fantastic.
Dolly Parton.
Oh, what does that one smell like?
It smells like redheads.
Smells like Jolene.
Right, it smells like Jolene.
Okay, so, the Dolly Parton is it's a red candle with a green wick.
Yeah, it's just straight up a red candle with a green wick, yeah.
The Delphi candles, the little novelty ones, they smell, like clean linen. Like, they're the most generic, like, unoffensive scent. They're fine. Okay. Like, you could put them in a room and you'd be fine. It smells clean. But yeah. Hello and welcome, Rev.
Would you like one, Mrs. Baker?
I always like vanilla scented candles.
Do you have any vanilla scented candles for Mrs. Baker?
And like, they pull out a full new rack of candles. They're like, these are all variations on vanilla. Do you want vanilla birthday cake? Do you want French vanilla? Do you want vanilla? Do you want vanilla citrus? Do you want vanilla wood? Do you want...
I would suggest wood, Mrs. Baker. They burn a lot cleaner and they sound like a crackling fireplace. So
okay, whatever Igreus suggests.
Okay, so we'll go with the wood. Give her the 3-wick.
3-wick, wooden. Do you want just the straight vanilla? Do you want a vanilla variant? Because like everything has a vanilla variant. Because there's like the chai vanilla. There's like the hazel vanilla. There's just the vanilla. Again, there's the birthday cake, which is a slightly different tang. There's the French vanilla, which has just a hint of hazelnut. You can get some
French vanilla.
French vanilla? Okay.
French vanilla.
They just kind of like flip through them. There's a million vanilla scents. Just so many.
There are, and it's very, there are those people who like to think of themselves as candle snobs, but I want to, half of those smell exactly the same. Yeah. So you might as well get the one that picture fancy.
Mrs. Baker's going to lean forward and say, do you have any candles with special or magical uses?
And Igreus kind of leans his arm on the counter and he like leans forward.
Boy, howdy.
Like healing candles or...
They like reach down and pull out another tote from underneath the counter and they're like, how much of a problem do you want to be for strangers?
Well, I've got enough.
Problems. Big problem. I look at me. I'm small, but I like to be a big problem, my dear. Big problem.
Fantastic. I will run through it real fast. There is going to be a candle that causes the effect of a fog cloud, a darkness spell, the stinking cloud. Ooh. There is an area of effect, Tasha's hideous laughter candle.
Oh, that's a nightmare.
Yeah.
I do not want to be in that.
And there's one that's just labeled bomb.
Okay, I'll take one of the bombs.
Okay.
What price are we talking here about the Tashas?
The Tashas?
I mean, we can split it, Mrs. Baker, if that's what you want to do.
Here's the thing.
Let's talk.
Here's the thing. Do I want to make it accurate to what the spell should cost, or do I want to make it affordable so I can see things happen in the future? Fuck it, I'll make it affordable.
So Mrs. Baker's going to pull out some baked goods. Do you barter, dear?
I certainly barter. We live in the middle of nowhere. Well, I mean, the town but we're essentially woodfolk here. We love bartering.
We live in the middle of nowhere.
And since we're dealing with magic, how about magic pastries for magic candles? I do have these, and I'm going to pull out like my snacks that I can make every day that have healing properties. And offer them up. These are healing pastries.
Okay.
That's why I always feel better after I eat one.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, can I assist if she has to roll?
Mrs. Baker already has advantage on social interactions that are of this of like domestic thing. So, Mrs. Baker, if I could have you make a persuasion roll at advantage.
Sure, I definitely can do that. Our first one here is a 28.
Ooh, golly.
Let's see if I crit.
This is for Tasha.
Oh no, the next one. I'm going to try to get as much as we can. It was a net one.
Oh yeah, so. No, we'll take that 28. Okay.
So testing.
Oh.
Hello. Hi, Revan.
I had to switch to my phone. I have no idea why my computer is giving me bullshit.
It's everybody tonight, buddy. I promise you.
Yep.
You're good.
Well, welcome. We'll catch you up here in a minute. They're currently bartering for candles that can do magical things.
Okay.
So, all right. With the 28, you're providing You're getting an actually ridiculous amount of candles. In real life, that would be very expensive.
Please believe. Just the single wicks alone.
Yep. But we're in ye old times where candles are not necessarily a luxury but a necessity, although these are in fact luxury candles. And
you're getting some magical pastries.
You want
regular pastries.
You want the bomb candle, and you want possibly a Tasha's hideous laughter candle. Are there any of the other
and
candles?
A darkness?
Ooh, and a darkness.
I want the stinky one.
You want this?
Are you in here with us?
Well, this is
I
like
want
an outside stall.
Worst. I want like essence of like dead skunk candle. I got
the stinking cloud. The stinking cloud would stop our enemies, my dear Sophos.
That would.
The stinking cloud.
Darkness.
Yeah, it would stop our enemies.
Okay, good. I didn't know if that one got picked. I heard them list it, but I think I was inspecting my sundials at the time.
Yep. But yeah.
Do you have cloud kill?
No, I do not have cloud kill.
Cloud kill would have been
I have
overpowered.
Clown kill though, specifically only clowns.
I'll take one of those.
I hold Igreus' hand and like stop. Like let's we only have limited funds, my dear.
Okay.
We're talking about what now? 4 possible magic candles, boatload.
Yeah.
Again, I like chaos. I don't think you guys have 100 gold though, because I would give it to you all for 100 gold. Actually, you know what, Sophos?
There's some gold that I just haven't added yet, but
Sophos, roll 2 d20s for me. And Mrs. Baker, roll 1 d20 for me.
Sure.
And then a 12?
Oof.
Okay.
A 7.
Okay. Oh, okay, so you rolled a 10 and a 12. Okay. So Mrs. Baker, as you kind of go for your coin pouch, you realize you have 70 gold pieces in there. Sophos, on the other hand, unbeknownst to her, because she has absolutely not reached to pay for anything ever, feels a heavy weight in your pocket now that you've walked a considerable ways out of the wood. And you would, in fact, have about 220 gold tucked into your pocket.
Yeah, Igreus has been paying for fucking everything.
No, listen, so is Mrs. Baker, but I can, when I feel the heft of my coin purse, I'm gonna smile and just say, "Oh, Pan."
You know what, Igreus, go ahead and roll a D.
Oh no, I'm cool. I got the loot.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right.
Don't worry,
he's not gonna
I'm
give you anything
cool.
else.
I got the loot. Right. I'm like, I got the loot. You don't have to give me anything else.
Yep.
Damn it.
All right, Sophos, you wanna half this?
Absolutely. As long as I get to light one of them.
Immediately?
Yeah.
At my discretion.
I'm gonna look at the candle maker. Can you exchange my vanilla candle for something really stinky like dead leaves or swamp muck?
Like, I want this to debilitate people.
Yeah, I'll just add a whole other candle on there if you want. And it can still be within that 100 gold. This is unreasonable. In real D&D cost, these would be so much more expensive because we're talking essentially scrolls of these spells. But the good thing about them is you just light them and leave them. We'll discuss.
Right.
Yep. So yeah, like there's one that smells like bog stench. So there's just a weird green, like small tea candle that comes in a little tin, and it smells like bog stench. So we'll throw that little travel.
All I can hear is like Ludo in my head.
Yeah.
Bog of eternal stench.
Yeah. Sophos, you can light this one right away. this can be our travel candle, but the other ones we have to wait until there's some bad guys around.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay.
Or good guys if we're fighting the good guys. So we settle up.
So again, that is your assortment of like oddity candles. If anyone else wants like a general, just generic candle, you can just add it. But that is specifically a cloud stink, a Tasha's hideous laughter, and a darkness. Oh, and a bomb.
Don't worry, I wrote them all down. So we have 2 Delphi candles, 6 black candles, 1 Dolly Parton candle, 1 French vanilla, 3 wick, 1 bomb candle, 1 Tasha, 1 dark candle, 1 stinking cloud, and 1 bog stench.
Yep.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Fantastic.
We could probably catch that outside.
Would Ankai want a candle?
I mean, I'm not down. I'm down for scroll candles. What do we got?
Well,
aside from what the party already purchased.
So there's the ones the party's already purchased. There's essentially one left, I think, which is just a fog cloud effect. But that would be another chunk of change if you wanted to pay. If you wanted that, but a regular candle, I'll just throw in for the 100 that they just paid.
Sure. I mean, I think that there probably would be reasons for her just to have like regular candles in general.
Mm-hmm.
Which one do you want?
Yeah. What is Ankai's choice in scent? Or is she like a scentless candle girly? What's her deal? It's great character.
Oh, she's definitely like a sandalwood girl.
Okay.
Sandalwood.
Mm-hmm.
I told you. Like somewhere it's gonna be in there. Sandalwood, teak wood, mahogany. That's always the case.
Yeah. I do like a good.
They're calming scents.
They're nice and hearty scents. Yeah, they're grounding smells that you can have in the house.
Mm-hmm. They are nice.
Also, if there are any, because I'm thinking about like rituals.
Mm-hmm.
I think something that's going to be really sharp smelling too, like licorice. If there's anything
that's what the black candles are for.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I knew exactly.
All right. Yeah. Sure. We'll throw in another one. It's not going to be it's going to be licorice and patchouli. It's going to be a little cloying.
Yeah. It's going to be so harsh on the nose.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine.
It's stinky, but in a different way.
Like I said,
right.
I think considering like my patron, for lack of better terms,
yeah,
I feel like that would probably be like an appropriate scent.
Yep.
Right.
All right, so you stock up at Fantasy Candle Shop. It's called Warm Glow. If you guys are ever traveling through the Midwest, it's called Warm Glow. It's really good. Cleanest bathrooms on. Well, no, it's not the highway that says hell is real. That's 71, but close enough. They intersect each other. So you guys get your candles. Are you guys doing anything at Delphi? Are you guys gonna worship or?
Yeah, I do like a brief worship but I'm talking. My worship version is just talking to these gods. Mm-hmm. So he just is standing there while Mrs. Baker is in the bathroom, and he says, I hope that some of you are better than you are given credit for. The people need guidance, and not in the ways that the gods believe that they need it, in the ways that the people need it. So I hope that you are able to hear us and see past your own endeavors, see what the people need, because their worship bolsters you. And if their worship bolsters you and they are happy, they will pray to you more often.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mrs. Baker would send up a little prayer to Hestia and let her know that we are coming to relight our fire.
Fantastic. I'm so glad that you guys are praying to either non-discriminate gods or gods that are not of this temple. I love it because Apollo sucks. Canonically. Apollo, the worst.
Yeah, Apollo canonically is a fucker.
Yeah.
Dynah's not praying, but she is doing her due diligence in her feature for making her weapon magic. Hold on, let me see what the yeah. What's the
magic
thing
weapon.
I got? Is it magic weapon?
It's one of your like character like just abilities within your like cleric feats.
Yeah.
So
it's under features and traits. Features and traits.
Features and traits.
Where are you?
Blessing of the Forge. At the end of a long rest, you can imbue magic into a weapon or armor by touching a non-magical version. Until your next long rest, or you die, the object grants a +1 bonus to either AC or attack and damage rolls. You can use this feature, or you can't use this feature again until you take a long rest. So that's in Features of the Trace, Blessing of the Forge.
I do that thing, the Blessing of the Forge.
Okay. So you're adding a +1 to your weapon?
I like the Dolly Parton candle while I'm doing it. Hey, do we still have the torch with the flame?
Yes, you still have the lantern.
Can I use that to create? Well, I can create something, can't I? Where's my thing?
Oh, when you're you want to build a new weapon? I think you have to do that at a long rest.
Yeah, you have to do it at a long rest.
Yeah, no, if we're just a short rest, then I'll just do magic weapon. The forge.
A channel divinity. You can use your channel divinity to conduct an hour-long ritual that crafts a non-magical item that must include some metal. Simple or martial weapon, a suit of armor, 10 pieces of ammunition, a set of tools, another metal object. The thing you create can be something that is worth no more than 100 gold pieces.
Got it. No, yeah, I found it here. Oh, it's other tools. No, if we're just doing the just the Blessing of the Forge, that's fine.
Oh wait, I just saw that your fighting style is 2-weapon fighting. But you carry a shield. Okay.
I may have put it wrong.
Well, I'll leave this up to you, because you can leave it 2-weapon fighting, which essentially means that you can, as a bonus action, anyone at any time can use their bonus action for an offhand attack, as long as they're holding 2 weapons. But 2-weapon fighting very specifically allows you to add your attack modifiers to it. Now, because you have a shield, and to lose the shield would drop you down to a 16 armor class. But because you have a shield, I think shields are good weapons. And Captain America be damned, but like everyone who sits there and says, "Oh, a shield is an improvised weapon. A shield doesn't do damage." Have you ever been hit
BS.
with a
right? That's bullshit.
So
I literally doing the shield bash in Skyrim.
Yes. And there's feats you can take later called Shield Master that do other things. But I will say, as a home rule, because you are proficient with shields, they are going to do a d6 of damage, and you can use that as your offhand weapon. So you would roll it like you normally would, so whatever your strength plus to hit is, and then your strength modifier plus the d6. Because getting hit with a shield hurts.
Yeah.
And I imagine Dynah put like a spike or something on her shield, or like a few spikes.
If I didn't yet, I will now.
Yeah, because like if it's a completely boring flat wooden shield, yeah, I'll say it's a D4. But like Dynah is a craftsperson, is a smith, I imagine, and she's for sure backhanded a bitch or two with her shield. So I imagine that she put like some spikes and some like textures on it that would hurt if they hit you. So yeah, we're gonna call it a D6, cause yeah, that's funny. But I was looking at your things and I was like, wait, you picked 2-weapon fighting? Ooh, because we already established that your shield is a buckler. I know you and I had talked about that previously, as part of your archery stuff. But yeah, you'll still hit somebody with your shield. That totally makes sense. All right, sorry, clarified that for standard bookkeeping. Otherwise, before we leave Delphi, you guys are kind of doing your own little quiet prayers. You're setting your stuff. Let's quickly catch Revan up. So last session, you dissuaded fighting abound. You found Prometheus. You lit some torches on fire. You then called for help from the gods because you were very concerned that you guys weren't going to survive that encounter. The gods, because multiple were called, were like, oh no, I gotta one-up this other person. Shunted you onto a mountain. After much discussion, 1, you got a lantern to keep the flame in, and 2, you guys agreed to cast Cat's Grace on the horses, shrink the cart, make your way down the mountain. You found Pan. Since the session has started, you guys interacted with Pan, which was very sweet. There was very sweet moments with Pan. Pan also broke the fourth wall, and there was a whole insanity thing that you could have rolled for. But we'll just say that Ankai was not interested in listening to that. You guys then left Pan's domain with some gifts, and you guys arrived to Delphi, and that's where we came in with the candle shop.
They took us to the candle shop.
And you were here the whole time.
And she was here the whole time.
You missed Joe Berry and Barrowsmith.
Barrowsmith.
Yeah, you did miss Barrowsmith.
Yeah, there was a lot of bear-themed musical puns because there is a werebear that hangs out with Pan and plays music. All this to be said, as you guys are making your way on your way to the actual city near Delphi to go relight the hearth flame, a thought comes to all of you to discuss. If you could go back and change one decision you made in the past, what would it be?
Like, all the way back in our character history?
Yes, this is a character question. Uh-huh.
I'd have stolen that loot and practiced a lot earlier.
Yeah.
There was that minstrel group, and I saw this item that they had in the minstrel. He was very, very good at playing the instrument, and I wanted to have it to myself, but I felt as though he would probably miss it. So, but now is my time. Now is my time.
I like it.
I think as Mrs. Baker would look back on her life, she is very happy to have her family and her children and her grandchildren. But I think that she would have started adventuring sooner. She feels like she might have missed out on a lot by staying home and staying in the bakery and living through others.
I was 100% convinced that Mrs. Baker was going to say, I wish I had thrown more ass before I had gotten married to my husband.
No, she threw
Listen,
so
she
much
said she
ass.
loves. When you start off by saying I love my husband and my family, you 100% are about to say I wish I threw more ass. Hot girl summer in Greece. So
she threw so much ass. It was Assapalooza. Listen,
right.
You missed the whole conversation with Pan.
100%.
The ass slinger.
Right. The ass slinging slasher. Got it. 100%.
The famous musical, Mamma Mia.
Right.
100%
Mamma Mia.
Off of
it's based off Mrs. Baker. Mamma Mia. Here I go again.
Look, I'm yet to encounter a halfling that isn't at least a little bit kinky.
Huh? Oh yeah. Also,
what happens when your genital height all the time?
Igreus is 100% just gonna call Mrs. Baker the ass slinging slasher. So.
Oh no.
That's grandma ass slinging slasher.
Right.
Oh, she's slinging that vintage ass.
Right. Dental dam be damned.
For Anne Kai, she probably would have her moment that she's going to think back on is wishing that she probably would have stood up to her parents and stopped swindling people.
Playing the game. Oh.
That she had walked away from the life of crime earlier.
Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily know if I would have called what she did necessarily like a life of crime, so to speak, but it definitely is more on the side of like, insurance fraud.
Yeah, white collar crime.
Yeah,
that's a good way of putting it. She did a lot of white collar crime.
Mm.
Oh man, it's an episode of Suits up in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, during the purge, she's not out there killing a bunch of people. She's out there, embezzling.
Oh yeah, that's 100% Suits. That's Ant-Man level crimes.
Fantastic.
Mrs. Baker is definitely killing people during the purge.
Yeah, and honestly, that was my biggest argument. Very quick sidetrack. My biggest argument about anything involving the purge is they always focus on the violent crimes, but you know for a fact that all laws are suspended. There's going to be so much
it's me
bullshit.
100% I'm embezzling during the purge. I would lock myself in the building and I'd be like, oh man.
I just imagine that Mrs. Baker has a list of banned customers from that she has, and then during the purge, those people just stop existing.
Yep, they're gone quietly.
That's quietly. It. No, not even loudly in the streets, so everybody sees. It's a warning. I'm like, what?
No, she's subtle. Mrs. Baker is subtle. She whispers them to death. You know how she rolls.
Igreus is big and loud.
Yeah.
Mrs. Baker shames him.
Hello, cats don't dance. Oh, love that movie.
In the streets, massive explosions with my butler standing behind me.
It's hard.
That's Igreus.
What did I say? Be your butler.
But big giant Power Ranger-esque explosions behind them.
Yeah. Where in the corner, Mrs. Baker is just slowly slitting somebody's throat. Like,
you're right.
It's okay.
Just cutting somebody's throat. That's the real crime. I'm the distraction.
While she's doing that, whispering, "Your parents never loved you.
Your parents never loved you."
Your child will never forgive you because you never actually apologized to them.
Right.
Yep.
I think Sage's biggest regret would be
not smoking enough weed.
Either she has no regrets, because she strikes me as that type of character. It's what I'm kind of trying to play.
No regrets.
Or that one time she didn't punch Apollo.
Ooh.
When he was off his rocker, and I probably would have gotten away with it, but I was like, no. And then I drew a mustache on him instead with a Sharpie.
Yeah.
But I wish I had done damage. You know?
Sophos does strike me as a Jigglypuff kind of vengeance person.
Yes.
Right?
The marker on the face. Yeah, that makes sense. I
like
absolutely that a lot. It's also the idea that you can't be
she's a seasoned partier.
Yeah, I also think there's a level of you have an idea who the gods are at these parties, but it's always that level of you're not 100% sure. And so
is this frat boy Zeus or is it Poseidon?
Yeah.
I can't tell. They're so
and there's only so many I got beef with that I will not.
Right, and then Hades just stays home,
except Apollo.
Apollo is loud. He's the god of the sun. Is the brightest thing in the room. So 100%, you don't miss that through do a disguise. That's.
On top of it,
it really burns my plants.
That's true, but there's also a million
mushrooms. Absolutely hate him.
Also, Apollo doesn't seem to subtly enter a party. Like
Zeus is the same way though. Like that man does not subtly enter a party at all. He's the eagle that comes in through the window screaming at full volume for no reason. Yeah. So like,
yeah, this is true.
Like AC/DC blaring in the background.
Right. BK Brawler.
Get it.
When I walk in the club, all that.
Oh, okay. Before we get into too musical, Dynah, what is the one thing you would change?
I'm not entirely sure. I feel like Dynah's also either going back and forth on the Forge Cleric Fighter thing. Mm-hmm. Like either she should have been closer to Hephaestus, or should have been closer, like more committed to fighting.
Did I study for my passions or for what I'm good at?
For what I'm good at.
Am I doing this to make my parents happy? Am I only good at these things because my parents encourage this in me? Ah!
It's a Disney movie.
I feel like do I want to put things or do I want to make more things?
Yeah, like
see, and this is the thing. We all made like fun little fantasy ones. You just got real, and all of us got crossed real quick.
Yeah.
Do I go to college or do I join the
crisis right there?
I didn't join
Millennial X? I feel like that's transgenerational.
My other one was this whole music thing because I was like, Dynah's really into music. But in my tavern canon, I'm like, Dynah and Dan Carino, our bard, don't really get along. But they call it. She loves his music. She doesn't like him, but she loves his music. I'm like, I get it. Cool.
Yeah.
So character growth.
Yeah. Plus, you don't always have to be a bard to have a character that just absolutely loves music. Because my mom can play a radio, but she loves music. So I'm just saying, you don't always have to be a musician to love music. You can love music and have not an ounce of rhythm in your body.
But yeah, no. But I had the thought with what Mox said about wanting to be a bard, and I was like, yeah, cool. But I did Dynah. No. I have like two other characters who are like, yeah, they're barbarian and then bardbarian. I love it. But Dynah, she'll listen to it.
Imagine putting Bane on somebody and then raging. Christ.
That's what Mrs. Baker is planning on doing.
I'm about to hit you so hard, and it's crazy because there's nothing you can do about it.
Dynah, drop the bass.
Whoop. I'm telling you, that's eventually that's what Igreus is gonna be able to do. He's just gonna one strum it like Scott Pilgrim.
The thing is if we all take a level in Bard, we become a band. And then we're no longer adventurers, we're a touring band. And you don't get those adventurer upcharges anymore.
Adventurers upcharges.
You already have
we're on the set list. What are you talking about? We don't have a room here already. First of all, my agent called ahead.
Oh my god.
I'm not coming out of this trailer until you get me a new trailer.
Right? Oh my god. They were trying to have us in a closet and I said no.
Meanwhile, I'm just eating all the food.
Or we get our Blues Brothers moment. It's like
100%.
A bluegrass band.
It's midnight. We're in a car and we're wearing sunglasses.
Right. 100%.
Also, the writer said only green M&Ms. Is this a brown? How dare you?
How dare you? You didn't know I hated apricots? Get out!
Is this a date? I told you I'm in a relationship. I can't have any of this.
You start flipping stuff. There's flipping a table that people are fully sitting at already.
God. Oh my god. I also want Mrs. Baker to be the only true bard and not play a single instrument. She's the manager.
Hilarity.
Yeah, exactly.
No, because we need a biopic at that point. Igreus did black tar heroin through a fire hose.
Oh no, this is getting too real too quick.
Behind the music. Behind the bards.
Oh no.
Sage is the one in the party that's not the bard, but is the band's drug dealer.
Oh, we have one of those already.
Yeah, we actually have a design.
We have one of those already.
I play the triangle.
I just start playing roadie. Now it's 3 p.m. Gotta love the gear.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I have to damage the D11.
Okay, well, next campaign we'll do Oops All Bards and we'll set up a tour set.
Oops All Bards. 100%.
Bards.
It's just gonna be Rock Band.
Yeah. Oh, that would be a great. Oh. Anyway,
look,
focus.
We had a lot of money in All Bards during the pagan game.
That is true. Almost.
No, we need a for real Oops All Bards.
Druid.
Dirty, filthy druid. What are you talking about? That's free light show. What are you talking about?
That is true. And they were a Circle of Moon druid, so they could turn into all
exactly. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm being biscuited.
Well, you better be careful. Mrs. Baker will take you and throw you in the oven.
Oops, all bards.
Oops, all bards. So you guys are hitting the road, heading back to the city. With your stop at the temple and your adventure into the assortment of candles that exist within the world. The saving throw on all those candles is going to be 12. I will give you that.
Oh, hold on. I have to write that down.
Yep. I wanted to make it relatively low, but like still failable, if that makes sense.
12.
You guys got him at a bargain.
Is that just like a straight roll?
It's gonna be whatever the DC for each of the spells are.
I'm gonna have to look those up.
Yep. But we can do that at the time. But just when they get lit, when y'all get lit, which is almost always, you'll use that a DC 12 and then whatever the spell requires. The only difference is that Tasha's Hideous Laughter will affect the same radius as a darkness spell. So, yeah.
That's huge. And you could throw that. So that's why that was exactly what I was thinking about. I was like, you could light that and throw it, and that's it.
That firebolt that shit.
Tasha's Hideous Laughter is one of my favorite. Like, as a player, it's a spell that's like essentially useless to take, but I love enchanting items with Tasha's Hideous Laughter because it's funny. So I am all for it.
I did several encounters with Tasha's Hideous Laughter. I don't find that spell useless at all.
Yeah, I like Tasha's because it'll bring down somebody that
is usually very high or has like a high like wisdom DC. God, Tasha's brings down like everybody.
Yeah, because it's a charisma save, so it could take down like depending the person you're against, it could be a really good like, especially against like a wizard. Great to have in your back pocket. I have a cursed arrow that I made with Tasha's Hideous Laughter. It's cursed because it always returns to the person who has it.
Oh, Jesus, no.
And they're the only person that can hear the dad jokes that I get to make. No one else can hear the arrow talk to them.
That's like Yanni's arrow from Guardians of the Galaxy, like flying around, and then you just like dissonant whispers. Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Come back to me. Yeah. No, why would you do this? Who did this?
Oh yeah.
So what? How far away is where we're going?
We're in town, right? We're here essentially.
So arriving to the city, I guess for the first time. You guys are going to arrive there at sunset, so a little after 5 in the evening. You guys are kind of arriving, and you'll notice the hearth for Hestia, the central hearth to the city, is out. There is no central warmth that you're used to having fill the space, even though Again, Delphi is a place of common pilgrimage. So it's odd to see like this place of worship and pretty busy, I guess a tourist attraction kind of city, to see it so empty. And then you'll see this central hearth. Pretend like that's out. We'll just throw that on it. Boop. Oh, make this bigger. There we go. The fire's out. Ignore that central fire. It's not there. But you guys kind of approach, and this is all open air. There's like a circular pillar, which is common for a central hearth. But like the main dais is currently there's a couple handmaidens, Vestal virgins, even out and about.
Can I have cast Unseen Servant on the way there?
Yeah.
And had Bubbles with us.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So you guys, do you guys go directly to the temple, or are you guys gonna try to find a place to stay? What's the plan?
Well, I think
that I would.
Oh no, go ahead, Ms. Baker.
I would suggest going to the temple first, because we might be able to stay there. Depending. But I mean, that's up to the group. We can find a nice inn.
I mean, I can agree with that as well. They might be able to allow us to stay, especially if we are able to relight the fires within. It should probably be our first task is to reignite these flames.
We spent a lot of money on candles, so maybe if we could save a little on accommodations.
Yes, I agree. That should probably be first, though. Let us light the fires. Mm-hmm. Let us light the spark that will reignite the rebellion.
Sage does want to. She carries around all of the scrolls she needs to apply for her permits to sell her sundials.
Yep.
So if she could, she is definitely planning on making that so, just so nobody can make any complaints. She always does her due diligence and dotes upon the temple with her tithe, but she is going to be doing that and submitting her paperwork at some point. So there will be money coming in as long as I roll high enough, I assume.
Yeah.
Or if this is just like standard procedure.
So you stop by, what is it, when you're traveling to a different country?
Customs?
Yeah, so you stop by customs, get your permit. I'm just gonna hand wave that, because you'll probably just provide them drugs.
That's a long conversation, yeah, jeez.
So yeah, it is now, it's now like 8 p.m.
Right.
So you guys go through customs, get checked in, you get your permits. Gosh.
Oh, okay. Whilst Sage is doing that, I'm gonna vagabond it up and just like steal a hat off somebody and place it on the ground and start playing like a busker on the.
Yeah, I'm totally cool to go to the permit office by myself and like go on that quick little side quest.
It all was
I know, never split the party.
Okay, fantastic. Go ahead and make a performance check at disadvantage.
100%.
Uh-huh.
I gotta practice, otherwise I'm not gonna get it.
What if I am behind him, giving him inspiration?
You can add your inspiration die, but it is still going to be a disadvantage. I am not allowed to help on this because he absolutely it's a D8.
Ooh.
But he absolutely has only the vague idea on how to play this instrument.
Do you want percentile or do you just want performance?
Performance.
Got it.
Uh-huh.
You're performing.
I mean, yeah, but sometimes you check to see if it's high enough. See what my performance is. Oh, okay. My performance is actually very good. I'm surprised.
Well, yeah.
Did
you?
That's
20?
a natural 20. That is a natural 20.
That's beautiful. It's at disadvantage.
God damn it!
So roll again.
You can do it again. Roll another nat 20.
That's a dirty 20. That's a dirty, filthy 20.
That's a dirty, filthy 20. And then, did you add Mrs. Baker's D8 to that?
No. $26.
Fantastic. You August rush this shit.
100%.
Plucking at it because you still haven't figured out holding it feels weird. So you just kind of set it down and you're like, okay, I'm gonna look at this. I'm gonna understand what these strings do, and so you start plucking at it. And yeah, no, you kill it. Let's see.
Out of curiosity, do I see anybody that looks exceptionally well off that is within earshot of his music?
Ooh,
Oh, you checking out agents? You trying to see if there's an agent there?
Roll a d20. You'll want to get a 15.
Am I adding anything to it or just flat roll?
Roll a d20. This is luck.
I mean, do I give inspiration or at least advantage because I'm playing?
All right. In the mail, it is a 3D printed artifact from Baldur's Gate. So let's see how this thing rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, also, I'm playing Nothing Else Matters. Bing, bing, ding, 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 ding.
How does it?
Ding, 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 ding.
I'm sorry. What was that?
How does a 17 work?
17 works fantastic. So yes, you do spot someone in the crowd that seems to be affluent who has stopped and started listening to the music.
Bing, 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 bing. So, would allow me to do this. So with being an average mind sorcerer, I do have the ability to just talk telepathically.
Mm-hmm.
I utilize my telepathy and suggestion.
Okay. Okay.
Can I do that? Or?
Yeah, you can certainly. Are you casting suggestion?
Yeah, I'll near enough to him. There's a crowd. Kind of just eyeballing the person sending the message out telepathically. Uh-huh. The idea of it is to be for them to think it's their own idea.
Uh-huh. So.
And with suggestion, the suggestion is going to be, he's really skilled. I should probably give him a really big bonus to further his abilities.
Okay. It will cost you a subtle spell because suggestion does have components to it. So you will have to expend those points. But yeah, what's the saving throw on that?
So close, no matter how far.
For whatever that rich commoner is.
Yeah. What's the saving throw?
15. For suggestion, I'm pretty sure that's wisdom. Let me double check. Suggestion. Yeah, wisdom save.
Okay. So that is a 12. Fantastic. You went from 12 gold to 39 gold.
Woo! There we go.
So.
And just for the hell of it, keep my my concentration up. Don't know if I'm going to need it or not, but it's like having a condom on you.
Yeah, it's never a bad idea. Because yeah, I believe with suggestion as well, once it wears off, the person can catch on. All right. So you guys busker, you acquire permits, and you make your way over to the temple to go light the fire.
Yep. Thank you. I won't be here any longer. And he literally pours all the gold into his sack, and he places the hat back on the guy's head that he took it from.
Fantastic. All right, so you guys head over to the temple. A couple of the priestesses approach you. Hello. Unfortunately, the temple is not in service at this time. We're waiting for you just show them the fire?
Yes. Yeah. This is for your hearth and home.
Yeah. I believe you're with friends.
It burns eternally, as you can see.
My name is Mrs. Baker, and I'm a. We are here to light Mother's fire.
You might know her by the title of the ass-slinging slasher.
Yes, we know of her. She left a trail of broken hearts within the city.
Right? Broken hearts and bodies.
She is a legend.
Well, perfect, because and it'll be lit in the evening to bring light to the city. Oh,
you're right.
So gracious.
It will be lit.
I'll make sure of it.
Oh, you have all your pods. You sell drugs. Oh, do you have the fantasy Molly? Because we're gonna go to a party later, and we just kind of want a happy roll, but not like get too swayed.
Fantasy Molly. You want to take it now because it's gonna hit you in like 2 seconds.
I would go with yellow.
Yep.
It's a good standard rule.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna hit you up for that a little bit later. Oh yeah, no, come light the fire. We'll talk about our party plans later. So yeah, they take you to the central hearth. And we're going to not do a full party battle yet.
A battle.
What?
A battle.
What?
Come on, baby, light my fire.
So they pull out one of their torches and they say a prayer. Mrs. Baker, you can join them in this. They do a blessing,
yes,
essentially. And then if you want to, you can join them in the lighting of the fire.
I will do that.
And it's interesting because as the fire is lit, a warmth washes over you. The smell of proofing dough and a freshly fired oven. And that sunshine coming through a window on a linen cloth, and it's just that feeling of home. And as the fire lights, a series of mirrors catch the light, and almost like a lighthouse effect, this temple fills the space, filling the area around it with a warmth and a glow.
Chestnuts roasting.
Mrs. Baker's bosom.
On Mrs. Baker's bosom. Ding, ding, ding.
Imagine that's what it's like.
Mrs. Baker, as you're holding your lantern that you were gifted that had the flame, and you light the central fire, you kind of flex your hand, and the lantern's not there anymore. But for those of you who, like, as you draw attention to this and everybody looks at you, around your neck there is a pendant, and from it hangs a small lantern, much like the one you were just holding.
Oh.
It is now...
I smile and clutch it.
It's now travel size. Also, enjoy being this fantasy version of Green Lantern, because that is now your spellcasting focus. You will like what it does.
Hell yeah.
Uh-huh.
Brightest day and darkest night.
Hell yes.
Let the ass slave us the light.
She was, in fact, the one who got lit.
Yep.
Yay!
Woo!
So
Mrs. Baker does a little twerk up there in front of the fire.
Oh, she starts twerking in front of the fire.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, that ash-slinging slasherness is coming out.
Make a Constitution saving throw, because can your knees still take this?
Oh God, let's see. Con save.
Hold on, let me see if I can bolster this in some way.
Okay, here's the thing. You execute the twerk, and it's fantastic.
I will
You do a
cast
great
jump on
job.
her to be able to do this.
Tomorrow morning it's gonna hurt
Yeah.
so bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna be so upset in the morning.
I cast fairy fire around Mrs. Mrs. Baker.
Oh yeah, and I'm doing dancing lights all around me. So
I just started
we are getting
Mrs.
lit.
Baker. Can I have your recorder real quick?
Yeah, for sure.
I start playing Druid Sandstorm.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So, Hestia has never been one of words. She's always been a goddess of action and warmth. That feeling of the warm hand on your back when you needed that extra little something. The smell of fresh cookies when you're having a bad day. Again, just never been much for words. But like as you are throwing that ass back, reliving your youth, you feel the warmth of a mother's smile watching their kid do one of the TikTok dances of like,
oh yeah,
this is ridiculous,
right.
and I'm so glad they're having fun.
Right. Heck yeah. This twerks for you, Hestia.
She's like twerking and throwing her hand in the air. She's pointing up.
The fire in the hearth like heavily like flares for a second and then kind of settles back down to a warm crackling, and the smell of cinnamon fills the space.
Oh, heck.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for lighting this flame. Do you have accommodations while you were here?
We do need it. We would like a place to stay if you could avail one to us.
We'd be honored to have such blessed guests to bring us the flame. Where did you find this flame?
It was a very, very difficult event. You don't want to know all the tasty details. And he kind of like stares at them after he says that.
I had to get naked.
Oh.
It sounds like you do. So we had to go and into the heat, the fires, the bowels of an internal inferno, and gather up these flames whilst being sweltered by the heat, dying from the flames. And now we are here.
Wow.
Yeah, and all we really had to do was stick a torch in. That's all we really had to do was stick a torch in.
Mrs. Baker, you don't have to tell them that part.
I just imagine that the entire time Prometheus has been chained up, at different points in like every year or so, a different torch appears, lights, and just disappears.
This is why I tried to release him.
There's like one like wayward tiefling that like got this job years ago that still like checks in on him. It's just like, hey man, how's it going? It sucks being in here even for me.
Right. Tiefling's always just like, hey, the dick looks great, fantastic, and then like leaves.
Oh man, your spleen just got taken? That's nuts. It'll be back by noon. Okay, well.
Right. Yeah.
I'll try to time it out better.
All right, Jebediah. I'll see you next time.
Definitely Jebediah.
That tiefling's name is 100% Jebediah.
Jebediah the tiefling.
Yep.
The torch runner for one of the
torch runner. Yep.
100%.
We're meeting that guy.
Uh-huh.
I can't wait to meet Jebediah.
Jebediah, fantastic. Well,
Jebediah.
So you have accommodations for us. We can stay here. Is it like a multi-bunked room, or is it just like this chamber? Because I mean, we were at Dionysus's temple, and we essentially slept on the floor and windowsill. So
they had bunks for you.
I just need a follow-up. I can't promise there will only be flowers there when I leave, though.
Do you have a lava pit in which I can lay inside of?
Okay, well, we have like our accommodations. You can stay in one of the bunk rooms.
We can sleep with you.
No. That's a hard no. It's one of our things. It's like a whole thing about us. But we do like we'll have a separate wing that we can clean out for you guys that you guys can bunk together. There's definitely a fudkiss in the room. I don't know that it's flowers per se, but there is a bowl that you can use for your rest.
As long as there's dirt, I'm good.
Yep. Yep. Definitely dirt in that pot. But we were talking about. You guys want to go to a party later, or?
Are you inviting us to a party?
Well, yeah, because like we were gonna have to work late because we were still waiting for the flame to return. But now that we can hit the party early, like you guys want to join us, it's just a little thing.
Am I required to take the Molly?
No.
I'll take the Molly this time. That should, I was gonna say that should make you excited because he just like, well, I met Pan and I saw the end of nothingness. So
you met Pan?
Probably.
I feel like a big sister about to like introduce my little brother to like all of the things that mom and dad warned them that I do.
Do I stick it behind my ear? What do I do?
So you met Pan? That's rad. So on the crescent moon, we like to go to a barn on the outskirts of the city, and we have what's called pandemonium, like the last bit of light before the darkness takes over. And we just do a little rager. Like it's nothing like hardcore like some of the festivals are, but we just get together. It's kind of a potluck. You bring some snacks. You hang
Are there
out.
minstrels?
Yeah, there's tons of musicians that show up, but lots of bards. There's always that one bard with the acoustic lute who has
and he's like already
Wonderwall.
reaching, but then he like slowly like puts his hand back down.
Plays Fantasy Wonderwall. And
yeah,
you guys,
fuck that guy.
You guys hear a little snoring coming from behind you, and Mrs. Baker is already asleep next to the hearth.
I get the feeling she's like in full twerk, like just mid twerk, but is like knocked out standing up.
They for sure pull out like a classic rocking chair, get her settled into it, like right by the fire, kind of prop up her feet.
Yeah, and she's out cold.
Sage, give me the Molly now. You have to take it early so that by the time the party starts, everything is slowed down. I watch all of your clients from the windowsill. That's where me and Mrs. Baker watch all of your clients, and your stuff hits like very quickly. So like I need to take it now. So by the time we get to the destination, I am no longer as high as I was. So somebody's gonna have to hold my hand. Somebody's gonna have to hold my hand. Bye, Mrs. Baker.
Bye, Mrs. Baker.
I love you.
At first, I put her in the baby Bjorn, and I'm just gonna tighten it because I'm definitely about to be inebriated.
You can leave her at the temple. She'll be fine.
Oh, okay. So I need it now. What do I do? How do I do this?
It's all you young kids.
Okay, hold on. You're in stumbling distance of this place.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's a long stumble, but like it's a nice, like easy stumble. Kind of like one big turn. The city guard know that we do it, and they just want to make sure that we get home at night. That's the main thing.
Yeah, somebody's gonna have to hold my hand until we get there.
Our DARE program is we dare you to take drugs.
Well, accept it. Dare.
So you're going to achieve a whole new plane, my dear friend?
I mean, I've seen you
traverse a couple of planes already. This is going to be really interesting.
I felt as though when I was speaking to Pan that I was drifting through the astral plane as a brain attached to nothing, floating into a distant nothingness. It was kind of relaxing.
Oh man, next time I'm just gonna make sure I slip you a little something, and it's gonna go even harder. Yeah, that's gonna happen.
Wait, that can go harder?
Yep.
So hard.
I'm assuming all of the young kids proceed to
I gotta take the Molly now. What do I do? What do I do, Sage? How do I do this? Do I put it in my eyelids?
No.
Full on Jimi Hendrix.
Dude, put it in your eyelids. I dare you.
Like acid in the eyelids.
Put it on your tongue.
100%. So he licks it really quick and he sticks it underneath his eyelid.
No. This is basically like a Listerine tab, like one of those little Listerine
believe me,
flat tabs, because he wants you to fall. That is the secret ingredient, is the peppermint and the spearmint and every single type of edible mint family is involved in achieving this really hard, really fast, oh my God, I'm gonna die, but this is great trip. If you've ever had one of those Listerine sheets,
under the eyeball,
that's the effect you get.
I'm telling you
there, and it's
full on Jimi Hendrix. I'm putting it underneath the eyelids. Full on Jimi Hendrix with a metal guitar all night. I'm gonna be killing it.
Oh, an eye patch would look good on you because we're gonna have Dynah, can you make a really cool eye patch so that I don't get in trouble with Mrs. Baker in the morning?
I want those. I want Igreus. I want Igreus to be playing those crazy 80 licks where they were just so drugged out that they just didn't know what they were playing. Just full on psychedelic.
Minty tears.
Crazy licks.
If you've ever had that Dr. Bronner's and you've washed your hands straight with it and then it into your eye and it's that peppermint one and you're just this is the end.
I want to feel like I took 8 Robitussin.
That's what you're feeling. You will. You can smell Mars right now. Your sinuses are so clear.
100%. He's just singing "Yellow" by Coldplay. So then I took my turn. So, oh, what a thing to have done. And it was all yellow.
Absolutely believe in you.
All right. Yeah. So again, Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
Oh, nice.
I
mean, his con is pretty good, so we're gonna see. Your skin.
You will.
Oh yeah, your skin and bones.
Something beautiful.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, what's my con? I think is it positive or negative? Hold on.
Oh, negative con's the worst.
Negative con?
Oh, my con is really good. That's a 22.
Oh, hot diggity dog. So your
wait. You said disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Okay, so that's 17 the second time. So yeah, 22.
Okay, fantastic. Several things happen. One, your eye never stops watering the whole night.
So he just eyes off.
Bloodshot, horrible looking, borderline almost looks like you have pink eye. You just constantly cry. Yeah, that's the one. But on the other hand, you're lit as fuck.
Yep.
On the upside of having your eyes swell in water is you can see all the colors of the wind.
Oh, don't do this to me. I'm 100% like Doctor Strange 2, and they're playing the music out loud with the magic. That's what he's doing.
Uh-huh.
Is that you to fail that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, the DC ultimately to not have a trip was 30. But the higher you get, the better trip you're gonna have. So that's not a terrible trip.
I can still be barred at 17. I said if you wanted to fail that, I could silvery barbs that 17.
No, I mean it was a 20. It was a 22. It was at disadvantage. You could definitely try it. And I'll roll it again. I'll voluntarily roll it again just to see what happens.
We're fine. We'll let the 17 ride because you're pretty toasty roasty. You're lit, fam.
Mm-hmm.
You lit the fire. You're lit. You guys head off to the party. It's a fun little
I packed like
party.
gummy snacks in his pockets because I will not be responsible for a hangry
Did you say
Igreus later.
You say gummies in his pocket?
You have gummy snacks, they're
like a little fruit snack,
healthy gummy snacks. Fun fact: they are mango flavored because that enhances the experience.
Ooh,
you're welcome.
Fantastic.
What's this?
That said, for Sophos, if I could have you roll, man, you're the real money maker of this party, aren't you? Because here's the thing, we're talking about partying with a bunch of like younger people.
The poorest one.
Yeah. You essentially spent your illicit drug money on getting more drugs to relocate to a new place or buy food. So yeah, go ahead and roll me 2d10s. But like as percentiles. So
2d10s, but that's percentile.
Yeah,
okay, so I'm just gonna roll
dice.
Okay.
I'm looking at them and I'm like, these are d10s, and one has 2 zeros.
That was overwhelming. I'm sorry for that. Let me do that again. 2 of them. Okay. It's because my screen is broken where my dice are. So I can't always hit it right.
All right, cool.
So,
4 to 10, but as percentile, that would be a 40. You get 40 gold. Again, this is all small change. Because
easier to spend, harder to try.
Yep. But I don't want to deal with like coppers and silvers, so it's 40 gold, but like in small coins. Part of it's electrum. Nobody wants that. It's the worst. You essentially just give the electrum to Dynah because she could better use it for like scrap material.
That works.
But yeah, so 40. Dynah, it's a rager. Do you do anything at the party?
I'm looking to see what other famous musicians might be here. Celine Dion.
Celine Dion. Got it.
Oh goodness.
Ed Sheeran.
Patrick Stout.
Patrick Stout.
Mm-hmm.
Judy and the Fartfish.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Brandon Flowers just full on translates.
Right.
Yeah, you don't even have to. Huh.
Don't have to imagine dragons.
Oh,
right. Ed Sheeran.
Yep. We can make music puns all night. But yeah, so as the party goes on, and you run into a few like small like up and coming bards that are at the party, and you guys party late into the night.
Dynah just walks over and she just sees Igreus. Up and coming.
On Kai, is there anything that you wanted to do at the party?
Real quick, I'm looking at all the different instruments and getting inspiration, trying to be like, okay, what can I add to that? What can I make that? How can I improve that? How can I make that out of metal, or how can I add it to my repertoire? That's
fantastic. All right, I'll have it. Okay, for you, I'll have you make. It's essentially an artisan check, but I'm making an intelligence check with your proficiency modifier, because you're trying to like essentially come up with blueprints. All right, while you do that, on Kai, what you doing at the party?
I feel that Ankai is going to kind of let loose a little bit, and she's also going to be taking drugs. And since she didn't miss out on the orgy technically, but if there's an orgy, she will be partaking.
Yeah, a few of the people are hooking up. Less of an orgy and more of like we're drunk, let's go behind the hay bales and fool around. But yeah, you can find some people to fool around with.
Was inspiration a reroll or an added dice?
Inspiration is a reroll. So if you want to use DM's inspiration right there.
I rolled a 6 total.
Yeah, that's
Again.
Okay.
Well.
So here's the thing. I'm not going to punish you. But so flutes
really complicated.
Yeah. So flutes are a thing and you're like, "Ooh, but what if I made a flute out of metal? What sound would that make?" And you look at a drum and you're like, I hit sheets of metal on a regular basis. So essentially you're just like, yeah, but what if metal? And that's about as far as the thought process is going right now.
But what if also metal?
Yeah, like you haven't quite figured out the intricacies or what would be revolutionary. You're just like, drum metal ?
Also metal.
Harp.
I feel like I'm still geeking out with the fangirling over the singers.
Yep.
Titanium drum? Adamantine drum set?
Yes.
That would just be hilarious. It doubles as a weapon. It doubles as a thrown weapon. There you go.
Drumsticks. Metal?
Metal? Also, as well.
Gong, already metal.
Already metal. Make more metal?
How heavy can we make this tuba?
Right? How heavy? That's just a didgeridoo at that point. Just that heavy. You just place it on the ground. It's a didgeridoo. Whoa.
But yeah, that's where you get in that thought process. You're essentially just identifying instruments and you're like, but metal.
But metal.
Metal.
Igreus has been reading your lips this whole time, and every time he said "but metal," he's just nodding.
But metal.
Igreus, if I could have you make a performance check, just straight.
Okay.
On
straight up.
Ooh. Can I have you make a persuasion check? And I'll give you advantage because you're a hot lady. What'd you get?
The camera decided to turn on me. There we go. Okay.
Not
20. Too, buddy. So I got a 14 that time.
14 for the performance, and what'd you get on Kai?
A natural 20, so the perception, or rather, would be a 27 total.
Persuasion?
Yeah, persuasion would be a 7.
All right, fantastic. You have your pick of the litter. You have a multitude of persons to choose from in a variety of gender presentations and racial aspects. There is a broad spectrum of person. Do you want to describe the person or persons that you go off behind the hay bale with, or do you want to leave that to mystery?
Choose all of Dionysus's priestesses.
The Vestal versions are very specifically not going behind the hay bales. They just want to dance.
Everybody's imagination, but there are more than likely multiple persons.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, we love a hoe. All right.
Because we love a hoe. Don't trust the hoe. Never trust me.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, hey, go big or go many.
Yep.
Go for it.
All right. So you is it all at one time, or are you like slinking from like hookup to hookup?
Can I just say yes?
Okay, got it. I got it. All right. And you got a 12. So you're not the best. But the upside is when you do mess up, you play through the mess up. You don't keep playing the same 4 lines over and over and over again.
Got it. I have been sevenfolded. Got it.
Yep. Yeah, you fuck up, but you just keep moving.
Just keep moving. Doesn't matter.
Yep. But yeah. So you guys party into the night. We discussed it a bit at the beginning. And while you technically have not completed the task itself, you have actively started it, and this is a very long-term task. So enjoy taking 2 levels because you completed 2 tasks this session.
Got it. Whilst I'm leveling up, I immediately walk outside, and I am very inebriated. This is the perfect time to do this, though. He immediately starts talking to Social Repost, and he's like, "You see this? I'm gonna learn this, and I'm going to write so many sonnets for you, Fluid Repost." And then unintentionally cast Speak to Animals.
Okay, I was about to say Social Repost for 100% is going to talk back to you. You know, I've been thinking this whole time that we've been together that we really have a vibe going on, man, and I really like what we have. But I feel really insecure saying that to you, but like I also understand that you don't typically understand me. So that's why I headbutt you to express my feelings. Wow, it feels good to get this all off my chest, considering that you have no way of understanding me.
You just talk to me, Fluid Repost. I heard everything. I heard everything you said.
Oh man, that's so embarrassing. I'm normally like way cooler than this.
No. You don't understand. He starts like petting his like snout. He's like, "This makes us friends. I appreciate your honesty."
Oh my god. Bro, can I be real honest with you right now? I love it when you scratch right behind the jaw. Like you never think about how much
right here?
Carry.
Oh, right here. You mean right here?
Yeah.
Oh, you
right here. There.
Yeah.
Dude, you're so cool, and I'm so glad that we're going on
You're
this
so
adventure
cool.
together.
And he puts his face against Fluid Repost's face. He's like, "You're so cool."
Social Repost like leans into it and gives like a little snort of happiness. I'm so glad you can understand me, dude. This fucking brown motherfucker doesn't get any of my jokes.
And he turns. He like suddenly snaps towards the. And he's like, "What do you have to say?"
I was going to be a racing horse. I was going to go out to pasture to stud, and now I'm on an adventure. I had my whole life ahead of me, and you took me away.
Oh yeah, you were going to be a contender? Well, that's too bad. That's too bad.
Now
you're with us now.
Now I'm a fucking draft horse. My bloodline.
You know what? He gets like really close and he's like, "You better be glad we're gonna take good care of you."
He shits immediately.
That's fine. I do that sometimes.
Social Repost full is like behind you doing like the hype man thing, like yeah. You fucking don't get it. We're going on such a cool adventure. These guys are so cool. Dude, have you seen the big bird head he wears? That's fucking metal as shit.
And he jumps into the like driver's seat and he starts digging through his packs. He puts it on and he gets in front of NECA's face. Just like, "You see this? I'm the king of birds."
When Muñeco just kind of just stares in the middle distance and is just like, I don't. It's now somehow worse that you know what I'm saying.
Good.
There's that pile of leaves that appeared at my feet that day.
How dare you identify my quality and then take me?
Good.
We got kidnapped by birds and thrown on a mountain. I had to climb down a mountain. I'm not made for that. Am I a goat to you?
Yes. Climb, goat boy, climb.
I love the idea that you ruined this horse's life.
Yeah, good. Good. We have a mutual hate of each other then.
I thought of the existential crisis those horses have under the spirit of cat's grace.
Okay.
That's what you get, buddy.
So if you talk to them more, fucking Social Repost was down for everything. Has been trying to play it cool, but is generally just like, this is neat, everything's fun, I'm going on an adventure. Munyako, on the other hand, has just been like the internal screaming.
Right. Now it's external
Bilbo. And Bilbo and Frodo going on the same adventure, but like completely different.
Yes.
100%. That's what you get, buddy. I'm sorry.
I love that you like started this imaginary beef with the horse, and I was just like, yeah, the horse has beef with you. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. 100%. You know what's funny is I'm gonna take good care of him, and I'm still gonna fucking have beef with it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, he's well fed, he's been taken care of, he just doesn't want to, like, he went from having, like, a really cushy job and, like, the potential to have, like, a really easy life, and then now all he does is work and travel, and he's like, no, fuck this.
You earn your pay around these parts, buddy.
No more cushy desk job.
If I'm gonna fall, we're all gonna fall.
I was gonna be a professional athlete. I didn't sign up to be on the construction crew. What the fuck, man?
Nope. And so the whole night I've been like running in and out and like bringing them food, like just the whole night. Mm-hmm. So I'm sorry, Imneka, you're stuck with us. I promise you're gonna make it to the end.
Social Repost leads into you a little bit. He's like, don't tell Stick in the Mud over there, but I kind of like it when you give me the fruit that's just about to turn, because then I get a little buzz off of it. It's really nice. And then Munyako's just like, your body is a temple, you can't be putting that inside of you.
It's the paladin horse. This belongs to a paladin at some point. Just oath of devotion paladin. It's the horse. You know what? It's the horse from Tangled. It's straight up just the horse from Tangled. 100%.
A horse from Dorado.
Yeah, from El Dorado. Yeah. Just tossing people around. 100%.
Oh no, the horse from El Dorado would be 100% Social Repost, because that horse is down for whatever as long as you fed him.
Whatever.
Yeah.
That man was up to was down to clown. 100%. Yeah. But that horse from Tangled.
Yeah, not having any of that.
Yeah. So 100%. I have both of the horses, one from El Dorado and the other one from Tangled.
Fantastic. Your character development will be learning to love the horse.
The horse. Yep, that's what's gonna happen eventually. I'm waiting for the day I save this horse's life. Mm-hmm. Golly.
Damn it. Now I gotta keep the horses alive.
Yep. Now I also have to keep the horses alive. We're both in the same boat.
So you know, barding is what they call body armor for war horses. So I know the project.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we're about to get this shit.
Oh boy.
I love it.
You guys are gonna start having to kill monsters eventually to get cool.
For the party anniversary.
I've been waiting. I want to fight for reals. Okay. I felt that one time and I'm like, listen.
All right.
We lost the axe beaks. I was gonna go to town with the axe beaks. And then I was like, all right, we'll talk out of it.
Nah.
These birds can
I need a real challenge.
We're simply and strangely peaceful. Well, not all of us are aggressively ace, but you know what I mean.
Listen, Igreus is he's learning about, like, this is the first time he's allowed in society. So he's just a guy.
Yeah. He's not
Sage is like prefers to be like on the edge of society watching it happen.
Right.
But like participation is on her own, like everything.
Oh man.
But I don't eat 3 square meals a day. If I want to eat cookie all day, I eat cookie all day.
I eat cookie all day.
Cookie.
Hand me this
C is for
like
cookie.
in leaf gnome form. That's her.
I swear I try to feed her. I made biscuits today.
So because I need to tell you, DM, that because I took on the level of Bard, I now have proficiency in loots.
I know. That's why I was like letting the night go on, and you pick up. Yeah, by the end of the, you have a general idea.
Just slowly getting better throughout the night.
Yeah, no, as soon as you threw that up there, I wasn't even gonna let it come in that early, but you just pushed it, and I was just like, yeah, if anyone's gonna have a metal loot just vibing about, it's gonna be Pan.
Yep,
Pan
100%.
stole it from somebody. Well,
full on brutal legends, like there's a creature in the forest who has a metal guitar. Yeah. 100%.
Well, I mean, Pan didn't steal it. Pan looted the body, looted the loot.
Right. If they were dead, then they don't have use for it anymore.
That is correct. Well,
and technically correct is in fact the best kind of correct.
That is correct.
There you go. Technically.
When they're all dead, there's only one thing you can do. Go through their pockets and look for loose change.
They're not going to do it. Like, they're not going to use it in any capacity. So,
the law of nature.
And what are you going to do? Bury it? Metal takes forever to break down. That's so dumb.
Right. Like, that's dumb. That's wasteful.
It is good for the soil, but if you put it in a pine box, that's dumb.
Yeah.
Now, see, at that point, you need to take a -1 to survival because you're not smart.
You just leave the body. The forest will consume it, use it as it wants. But like the metals, the other stuff, you gotta take that. Can't be littering.
Right. Why would you disrespect the forest like that? Like what?
Bodies are biodegradable.
Right. Those are biodegradable. The metal is not. Come on.
Oh, wow. You guys are the weirdest version of murder hobos.
But we're not, though. We haven't murdered any people. That's the craziest part.
That's true. You guys have avoided murdering people, and that is fantastic.
Straight out, nobody's died.
You are building some beef with some gods over
100%. I hope you guys are ready for that, because Igreus is just like outright talking shit about the gods.
Oh, I'm trying to think. What, like, because you get 4 more like god stories. What other god stories would you want?
Let's see. I would like the.
I want
a general Greek.
I'd like the Athena spider story. I would like the Athena spider story. Yeah. I'd also like the one about Hera and the pregnant woman. The one where Hera just forced her to keep her legs closed until
the birth of the twins, Apollo and Artemis,
and Apollo and Artemis, and the maid was a real one and said, "Oh, look, a child has been born," and all the gods were like, "What?"
Yep.
She finally had the baby.
She was the real one.
Oh yeah, she was. I know she is in Hades, just dancing on coals for that one.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's some really good stories that the gods have that are just like they're funny, but they're not funny in a good way.
Yeah. Okay, so you want Arachne, you want the story. So you learn about Arachne, that the and Pan's version of it is you had a talented weaver, who, in a moment of joy, said that she was the best at something. It was like a self-love talk, like when you're like, I'm the most handsome person, I am a good craftsman, nobody makes butterfly wing earrings like I do, I'm great at it. It's that moment of like
I do say that.
Yeah, it's that moment of self-hype, and it happened to cross the wrong ears at the wrong time.
Yep.
And
she just happened to be going by.
Yeah, and because Athena challenged her to this weave off, she ate the petty spaghetti that day and just wanted to make a joke. And to be fair, nothing she wove was wrong about the incestuous nature of the gods, of Zeus's affairs and general wrongdoings. Nothing that she wove was wrong. It was just petty. And Athena is not a girl's girl. Athena is a pick-me of the gods. She does everything to sound cooler to the other gods. I have beef with Athena.
She bothers me so much on a near constant basis, and I'm like, Athena, bruh, like, I don't understand what your deal is. Let people breathe.
Like, at first you're like, oh, cool, this strong, powerful, independent woman. Then you're just like, who fucked over every other woman she came in contact with. Like, every other woman that she had any interaction with, she ruined their lives.
Yeah, just for no good reason. She was like, I want to be the best woman. And I'm like, Athena.
Oh, I'm sorry. One of the 3 main gods assaulted you on my steps. It's your fault your hair was too pretty. Go be a snake woman forever.
Go be a snake woman for forever. I want the Ares gets caught in a net story. Oh. That's I laugh every goddamn time.
Fantastic. Okay. So that's the Arachne. Ares gets caught in a net. Ares decide to make a cuck of one of the strongest gods on Olympus. And the thing is not only is Hephaestus one of the strongest gods, he is someone who is the most clever and who has used his skill set and is one of the few gods who actively uses their skill for the betterment of not only humanity, but the gods and himself. He built the trap.
Hence Dynah's existential crisis.
Yeah. We talked about this, Dynah. You were conceived on right post this event. So Ares decided to be like, yo, this hot lady, I wanna bang her so bad. And Aphrodite is vain enough that she was just like, that's cool, I'm so glad I have your attention. My husband's kind of ugly. And he doesn't talk to me because he can't. He doesn't have the ability to do so. Which is probably because his mom threw him off of Olympus. Crazy how that happens.
Well, this is the Valley Girl.
I love the idea
100%
that she was so hard up for conversation that the conversation that won her over was Ares, who is 100% a shitty bro dude.
I'm telling you, all of the big 3 and then the lower like sector are all fucking frat bros. Like the whole group, they're all frat bros. Like Lord of Olympus did it absolutely correct because they're frat bros. Like all day, every day.
But yeah, so Ares fucked around and Hephaestus was like, yep, okay. Set up a trap, caught them in a net, mid coitus, and then drug them around Olympus, showing everyone them stuck together like 2 dogs in heat.
And the gods dogged that man forever. Oh man, it's just the best story. One of the other ones that I want is it's a personal story, and it's the story of Zeus. I forget her name. I think it's Meter. It's the birth of the 2 children who would eventually overthrow. One of them would overthrow Zeus eventually. And that story went on to be the story of Kratos. Not really. Kratos was like a angel in the Greek pantheon for real, but like they use that story to create God of War, which he's supposed to be that god, like the one who will come out and be more powerful than him and eventually will take him down. He ended up eating the woman who was the mother so that the children couldn't be born. What is her name? It's not Demeter. It's
well, okay, because he was married. His first wife was his concert said Dione.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was something with a D.
Yeah, it's like Dione.
Yep.
And now she was Titanus, and that is how, and he consumed her, and that is how he created Athena. No, his first wife was Metis.
Yeah.
And that's who he consumed, and that created Athena. Because he was divine that one of his children would overthrow him, one of his sons would overthrow him.
Yep. He had to have his skull. Yeah, he had to have his skull split open by Hephaestus.
Yep.
And a hammer just to get Athena the fuck out of there.
Yes.
Literal splitting headache.
Yeah, literal splitting headache. Okay. That's where it comes from. That's it.
I'm trying to find because like the woman that was stuck in labor would be the twins.
Yep. What is her name?
Oh goodness.
On my end, the one that I want, and I'm not going to verbally say it.
Unfortunately, well, okay, no, I'll let you. You risk something when you do this. But if you wanted to have listened when Pan was kind of going off and breaking the fourth wall, you can roll a wisdom saving throw. Did you want to listen?
Fuck it, why not?
Yeah, because you risk something when you fail. As of right now, you don't know what those are going to result in, but you risk something.
I'll take that chance.
Okay. What'd you roll?
What am I rolling?
Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom save? Gotcha.
Has the power to...
this new dice is doing really well for me. That was another natural 20.
Oh, fantastic. Then you would
nice.
Save. Go ahead and roll a d12 for me.
D12? That is not a D12.
So Leto is the mother of Apollo and Artemis.
That'd be a 6.
6? Fantastic. So you will have...
Who is this name? Metis.
Metis.
Metis was prophesied to give birth to a son. Yeah,
yes.
So Metis was prophesied to give birth to a son who would overthrow Zeus.
So essentially by that, you also get the lore of Athena then. Because Metis gets absorbed, Athena is conceived from that. But it avoids him having a son. Okay. So that is a lot of info. And you learned this story about the twins. Alright, so that takes us to Onkai. What are 6 pieces of lore that you would want to have learned?
Oh, Lord.
You guys are getting a bunch of stuff.
Shit. I will have to get back to you on that because I can't think off the top of my head.
Yep, that's 6. Okay, so I have... Let's see. Okay, so I have Dionysus, Arachne, Hera, Ares, Zeus. Okay, yeah, so 6.
Yep.
I know one of them would be she would want to know the truth on what happened in her heritage, because there's a story involving that.
Ooh.
But you might not know the actual myth on what actually happened. Did that make sense?
Yep. Nope. I'm bringing in the two gay moms. So a young can-do, up-and-coming, like studying wizard, beseeched Hecate for assistance, and Hecate was so taken by her charm and her wit, and the interesting magical questions she would ask, that they began a love affair. It's from this love that the wizard became pregnant. It's from this love that the wizard dropped out of school and started a series of kind of like white trash swindling children.
Oh no, they're selling Lululemon. Dropped out of college and they're selling Lululemon.
More like off-brand, low-grade potions. Because they were like, the offspring that I'll have will provide me with more magic than I could ever learn from any silly school, and decided to put all of her hopes and dreams onto her child, rather than continue to pursue them herself.
That's not good at all.
Because I'm live vicariously through you,
never
kid.
returned due to that that absolute disheartening realization that the person that she had this like torrid love affair and had all these emotions wrapped up in was actually just like she always knew there was a use of her because she's being beseeched for knowledge. Of course she's being used in a fashion, but was like legitimately using her for her like essence of magic. Just kind of then watched over the family as a general like curiosity, but only intervened. Like you had a cousin a couple generations back that really did something with their lives and like got away from the family, and apparently they're like leading a dark arts college somewhere. But yeah, your family's been watched, but Hecate has refused to intervene with the family unless someone shows great promise.
Okay.
Uh-oh. That's straight up Grecian Gale.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Oh, you just wanted me for my magic? I'm out of here.
Uh-huh.
Prove yourself, kid.
Yeah, she was like, oh, man, look at this, look at this sweet grad student who just wants to ask me questions for their thesis, for their doctoral thesis.
Right. Meanwhile, she's like, babe, give me all of that magical knowledge. I need it.
Yep.
Damn.
Okay. I can work with that.
The tragedy of a lesbian love story.
That is hilarious.
All right. Any other questions off the top of your head? I guess I should pick a couple for you as well. Oh, Hecate loves lost animals. Has an extraordinary soft spot for lost children. And in fact has a dog companion that she found kind of dying in the woods, that follows her wherever she goes as she travels through both the mortal and essentially underdark Hades. She is almost never associated with Olympus, despite being a goddess herself. She is not one of the prime deities. She is not technically one of the Olympians. She generally stays away from the majority of them, with the exception of Hades, because I don't think Persephone is technically an Olympian, officially.
Nope, not officially though.
Nope.
That was the reason why she was so coveted so harshly, is because like Persephone and Demeter were like not technically goddesses in any capacity, but they weren't goddesses by title, but they were powerful enough to be rivals with the goddess. It was straight up like the Aesir and the Vanir, like oh yeah, the Vanir are not technically gods, and I'm like, no, babe, they're 100% gods.
Yep. Exactly. So yeah, there's that. She's not officially. So that's 2 pieces of lore. Let's pick out one more. Who is a fun god? What?
Eros and his various arrows to Zeus. Those are always my favorite because what they tried to do is they tried to make it seem like Zeus was not that much of a scumbag by saying, "Oh no, Eros was always the one that just like shot him with an arrow," and he was like, "I had to have this person." And I'm like, "Yeah, buddy, that doesn't give."
Yeah, sure. We'll give you the tea on that. Eros never involved in those. Was essentially like paid off that middle kid energy of like, hey kid, you want $5? I'm gonna pay you off to justify why I had this affair.
Right. No, it was Eros. Whenever Hera caught it, it was like, oh, it was Eros.
Yeah. Which is part of like, again, some of the things started to change post him ending up with Psyche. Because before Psyche, he was like, yeah, sure, I'll take the blame. What, the goddess of marriage isn't gonna bless my marriage? And then he had such a hard time reconnecting with Psyche after the incident.
Yep.
He was like, oh fuck, oh shit.
No, I don't like this. It's like somebody stabbing somebody else, and then they're like, ha ha ha, and then they stab themselves, and they're like, ow, that hurts.
Yeah, exactly. Love changes a person.
Like, oh wait, this is what I was doing to everybody? Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, very, very specifically, love changes Eros as he actually falls in love.
Right, he actually falls in love.
Yeah, no, he was like king fuckboy who like fell in love with the nerdy girl and like got his whole ass turned around. But yeah, like Eros has like a lot of sins and things to like make up for. But in this like timeline of it, he's with Psyche and he's like, oh man, I fucked up.
Damn, I really shouldn't have did all this. Yeah, because he cut that shit out afterwards. He was like, oh, I'm not gonna do this shit anymore.
Yeah, nope. When someone says they love someone, I'm occasionally gonna shoot an arrow and just to keep the bare minimum, but I'm not gonna get involved anymore.
He's like, hey, great job, buddy. You deal with that by yourself.
Yep.
Well, see, that's why I was saying to Pan, I'm like, I was halfway to the point of like, I'm a freak. I'm a weirdo. Yep. What the hell am I doing here?
Poor Pan has never again found love. Although Pan has companionship, but has never again found his true love. Although, to be fair, again, his true love was not his
real love, right?
Yeah, it was a, ooh, she's hot, and then, like, obsession.
Right. Again, Eros involved.
Yeah.
Golly.
So yeah, all right. So that's 3 fun pieces of information. So you can come up with 3 more lore pieces that you want to learn before the next session, to have gained that information as you guys start to figure out who all you're affiliated with, and whether or not all of you knew the lore of the different gods. I was very happy by your choices, because I'm a huge fan of Hephaestus. I think he deserved better. Pan and Dionysus are great. They are massively dangerous and very fickle gods.
Yep.
But you were incredibly nice to Pan, so they will continue to help you, as long as you stay on their good side. Again, they can be fickle. At this point, you've earned enough credit with Pan that you guys have a fair amount of leeway. Dionysus has some stuff. I love Hades and Persephone. I love them so much. Yes, okay. Technically, Hades did technically kidnap Persephone. He also had permission from her father. So, in that time frame, perfectly normal, acceptable thing.
Yeah, but see, and this is what I talk about with their like marriage. It's like, okay, on the one hand, Zeus was like, okay, you can marry my child. On the other hand, Hades just kind of whisked her away in the middle of the night. Yep. And so, like, she's like, what's happening?
But I like to believe that in the time that he had her in the underworld, he was, like, courting her.
Yeah, I hate the hate the Percy Jackson view of like he mistreats her, and they're like, no. She loves him. I mean, there's some small like Stockholm syndrome, like, but they love each other.
Again, I think it's one of the ones that like I like the Lore Olympus version a lot, like drastically more. And again, I get that that's a fantasy version that's not technically correct, but I do even going with like
Underworld.
Yes.
Yeah.
Underworld.
Yes.
Like, oh my god, I love that one.
Yeah.
And then something in Chthonics or something like that. That one's like from the view of Cersei and
Cersei, I could tell you so many stories about Cersei. She needs to go sit down somewhere. Like, honestly, Cersei needs to go sit down.
There is a struggle there, actually.
Yep.
She is just like off the wall. And half the time I'm like, okay, yeah, I see where you're coming from. And other times I'm like, okay.
Girl, sit down.
Maybe take a break.
But yeah.
Everybody gotta be a piggy.
Yes. And then you finally settling on Hecate. She's also another one of my favorites. Because she's kind of just a bad bitch who...
100% by herself. Fabrication of all magic. Yes. Like, off on her own. And the gods are like, what's Hecate doing? And she's like...
I just... Like, Hecate gives me the energy of Nick Frost's character in... Hot Fuzz on the bus with the shotgun, just like shame. Oh man, I'm not allowed to be part of the Olympians. Oh darn! Right. Oh shoot!
Damn, that fucking sucks.
Means I get to go about my business and do what I want. Huh? Crazy.
100%, and they don't bother Hecate like at all. Like nobody even looks in their direction. Like that's how much Hecate is like just like a powerhouse on their own.
Also, I don't know if you picked up on it so far. A lot of like Hades' friends are Persephone's friends that then grew to like Hades.
Yeah. Yep.
They were like, "Oh man, we really like your wife."
Well, and see the crazy, but the crazy thing is, for so long in so many like in media and things like that, they made Hades out to be a bad guy, and he's not. Yeah. He's the wisest of the gods, the richest of the gods, and Goth King. Like I don't know.
The way I picture him is in the trio of frat bros that are the main three. He's the one who went to like business school.
He went to business school, and he like
attended classes.
100% wasn't on any sports team. Yeah. They asked him like, "Oh man, we're missing a goalie for this game," and he was like, I guess I'll step in that one time." But after that, he just like, nah.
They all They all went to Harvard, but he went to Harvard Business School, which is technically different. And he was like, "Yeah, we were on the same campus in the sense that we were in the same zip code."
Right.
And like, I love my brothers, but I was also the only one given a like full-time job.
Right. Where I'm just like, this is what I mean. But he's the oldest.
Yeah.
Hades is the oldest.
The oldest.
I identify with Hades so often, like in my life, because I have brothers that are like that. Yep. Just like all bros. Oh, we all play football and all these things, and I'm like, and I'm the artisan. I'm gonna go in this direction.
I also love the idea. He's like, "Oh man, I can't come up for whatever weird kind of abusive party that you want to have despite your wife Zeus. The commute too far. I got a whole shipment of souls coming in the morning that need to get sorted. I just if you ever want to party down here, don't party down here. It's dark and full of dead people. It's not fun."
Right. Elysium, the second I leave, Elysium gets dirty, and I can't have that. Like,
I also like. In a group of frat bros who constantly like cheat on their wives, he is in a positive sense, he's the wife guy. He's like, "No, I like my wife."
No, I love my wife. Sorry guys, love my wife 100%.
Come on,
He's
man.
like the guy who I'm convinced that like when Hades leaves the underworld and goes to Olympus, he's like, I want to go home to my wife. Can I please leave? I miss my wife and dogs. Can I leave?
I gotta go home. It's 9.
He's like calling on the tablet, like, Persephone, can you pick me up? I'm scared.
Like full on, like, again, I don't think Hades, like, in this version, the way I've created it, I don't think Hades was ever actively a bad guy. I think he had moments just like anybody else, and I think the love he has for his siblings causes most of his issues. But essentially, other than his, like, questionable acquiring of his wife.
I
think because I love the promise to Persephone that you will be held highest among all the goddesses. But I love this whole idea that he's like, no, I really like this person, and I was too socially awkward to talk to her first, but I asked her dad's permission, because I'm old-fashioned and I feel like that's the right thing to do. And then, like, him getting her in the underworld being like, we're married, and she's like, fuck. No! And he's like,
that's just screaming. Eternally screaming. Just Hades was just vibrating with sound.
I realize that I've made a mistake. Let's run this
backtrack. We're gonna go on a date first, right? Can we go eat first? This is like full on Belle and the Beast. Like, I kidnapped you. Would you like to come to dinner? No.
Do you want to see my dog?
Right. Do you want to see my dogs? I got a couple of dogs. You'll like them.
They are, in fact, very likable dogs.
Right. So, but just Cerberus, just right there behind him. But this is what I mean. Hades gets a bad rap. He's still a being. Like, they talk about it all the time. The gods are essentially just human beings with powers.
So I love this, like, socially awkward, like, just dude with a job, dude who got his degree, was like, I have checked all of the boxes. I should have a wife because that seems like the right thing to do, and I really like this one goddess. She's really cool. I see her up in the spring, and she's like, she makes the world all chaotic and pretty, and that's really cool. Her mom's kind of a bitch, but like, she's really cool, and it turns out that she's technically my niece. We're not gonna unpack that. But
I just like imagine Sheldon just like standing there with like a bouquet of flowers.
I just planted those.
Ta-da!
She has killed men for less.
Right.
Just imagine being like, fuck, stupid. I'll just talk to your dad instead. Shit. Shows up in the underworld with just a bunch of gems. He's like, you didn't make these. I made these. They're shiny rocks.
There you go.
Yeah. Pretty. They look like the flowers you planted, but they're rocks and they don't smell as good, but they don't die.
I like to think that the souls that arrived in the underworld right after Persephone was kidnapped just got the worst of it. Because Persephone was like, I'm fucking up every soul I see because I'm stuck down here for the next 6 months.
Yeah, I imagine, like, Hades' very, like, utilitarian home. Like, it's a good home, but, like, it's basic. Like, all generic. The gray IKEA furniture matches the gray walls.
Gray walls, also, and the gray armchairs, and the gray fireplace.
And the gray doesn't show my black dog's hair as much as a white couch would.
Exactly. That is exactly the point. And Persephone is
black
like,
every day because it doesn't show the stains when I inevitably spill something on me.
Listen, that's every goth in the world, including myself.
Uh-huh.
So, like, but Persephone comes down there and she's like, like rolling up her sleeves. Let me just fix this real quick.
Yeah, like, I imagine, like, the first week she's just wrecking his shit, and, like, the second week she's like, well, I'm gonna be here. I want a good couch. Like, can we get a good lounging chair? Like, what the fuck is this plyboard or this,
I need to be dramatic. I need a fainting chair.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
And
but I'm telling you, they love each other.
They do. It's one of those like
going back on being like a big cinnamon roll. Yeah. Like Persephone herself has a fucking body count.
Oh no, and that like for sure was one of the things that Hades was like, big scary goth mommy.
Yep.
She's gonna.
What's that? What's that TikTok meme? His hair is just like blowing in the wind.
Shit. more mortal than Hades ever has.
Yep. Oh yeah. For sure.
Yeah. Because she's a primordial. That's what it is.
Yes.
She's a primordial.
Yeah, because like I get like because she would be goth, but she'd be like plant goth, like cottagecore, like she'd be like that kind of goth, and then she'd be like this giant bad scary woman that everyone is like, oh, but she's hot and look at them titties and she's so young and she's like the symbol of youth and fertility, and she's just like, I'm gonna kill everyone who looks at me
100%.
I just want a garden.
I'm wiping everybody out. And fucking Hades is back there with a sign like, I love my wife. Just bobbing up and down.
Like, if go on, you go. One more time, I'm gonna burn this place to the ground.
I'm gonna burn this place to the fucking ground.
Fucking Apollo, all this shit. So, like, also in a weird way, her getting married was also, like, massively helpful, because she's like, well, I don't have to, like, field suitors anymore. So
right.
That's great.
Nobody is gonna fucking come down here and try to take my hand and marry. That I dare them to do that shit down here. Please.
I also figured that Persephone, like, picked up what Hades was kind of putting down by making his home, like, barely habitable. I want to believe they have, like, a master wing that's beautiful, luscious, full of good furniture, and, like, homey, feels great. But, like, the parlor and guest rooms are still that same, like, gray.
This is gray.
Uninviting.
This is where you're
horrible.
Staying.
Yeah.
Nope, I'm not staying here. Goodbye.
Yeah. Can we, like, oh, so you guys have the master suite? Do you want to give a full tour of the house? No one goes into the master suite.
Mm-mm.
Why? It's where we keep the chains so he can keep me down here. And the special cage. Hades is the one that goes in the cage. Hades is a little sub.
Subby boy. 100%.
We don't need to go.
That's why fucking Hermes doesn't stay down there. Hermes goes down there and they're like, hey, you can stay tonight. He's like, better not. And he just leaves.
Nope.
Every sub that I've known has had an extremely demanding job, and it's like, I am subbing because I don't want to think anymore.
Yep.
That's essentially Hades.
The majority of the gods would be subs. Like, Dami Mommy.
I see Zeus as very much like an Odin individual where he's just like, I have to have control, because that's their big thing. It's like, I need to know what happens to me after death, like what goes on with it. They're very in control individuals.
Yeah, but he like feels like a toxic dom, like
100%.
Like I'm a macho man, so we're gonna do it my way kind of energy.
There's no safe word.
Yeah,
I don't know what no means. Type toxic dom. 100%.
He 100% is the. You're gonna call me, dom, without setting up
any boundaries, no contract, nothing like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, and you said yes once. That's yes forever, baby.
That's yes forever. Yeah. I'm gonna come in your window as a duck, and you're gonna get fucked by a duck.
Yep.
Maybe that's why we're murderers.
We're just going after Zeus, just the long way around.
100%. Sending a message to Olympus. We take down all birds, Zeus. I see one eagle in the sky.
If I see a fucking swan, it's all over.
Right? It's over.
It's on site.
100%.
But yeah, no, I love the idea that like, yeah, Hades is an autistic husband who loves his really, really badass wife.
100%.
Yeah.
Hades is like, I don't have to do shit. Got it. 100%.
Yep.
I'm just gonna sit here in the chair, strum my electric guitar, count my money.
I just need you guys to know that the whole time you've been like describing like Persephone and Hades, I'm like, it's me and
yeah, but that's how it, like 100%. Like that's how it.
That's what we do.
He's the sweet guy who's the responsible one. His siblings are like, they have their own adventures, and he's here like, I want to be home with my wife.
Right? Can I stay home, please?
Playing D&D with his wife right now.
Yeah, and that's see.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
brother. The war of the worlds has come. Will you join us? I'm gonna stay down here. My dog needs a bath.
So, crazy. You said War of the Worlds, which means you're gonna like kill a bunch of people, which means I gotta be here for the intel.
I gotta be here, down here. Like, you forget, brother. Like, I have to stay here and count 1 head, 2 head. 1, 2, 3.
What if our enemies tried to bring back the souls that were not being buried properly, and now you got an undead army?
Oh.
I gotta be here.
Problems.
Damn. No, don't listen to that. I'm not starting a new game of Dragon Age. That's different
right?
music. That's a bard that was recently.
Why did I just get a notification on my PSN that you're online, Hades?
I need to turn that on.
I don't know. Oh, I don't know. But the dog stepped on the PlayStation button.
Hecate up to her tricks.
Right, magic. Okay, I'll talk to you later, bro.
Skyrim. I'm a new mod.
No, it's that meme where he's like, "Oh God, what? You guys want me to come and hang out and destroy the human beings? Oh, my wife said that I can't go out." And he's like, babe, tell him I can't go. You can't go out tonight. Oh, she said I can't go out. Good night, guys.
I don't know why that brings me such delight.
They're like high-fiving each other.
Yeah.
Goes
in their
sit down and get a blanket, right? In their sweatpants.
As they pop in the second disc of the Lord of the Rings extended
right,
edition.
the Lord extended edition. Stretched out across their wall.
5 different munchie options in front of you.
Yep.
We haven't sat down to rewatch the extended cut of Lord of the Rings, but I got into watching reaction videos of other people watching Lord of the Rings for the first time, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna watch somebody new watch Lord of the Rings for the first time.
Right.
That's fun.
Who is the White Wizard? Who knows? Is it Saruman?
Is it Saruman?
JK, it's Gandalf.
Who are the 2 blue wizards? We don't know. Not even the Silmarillion knows.
I just love the idea, because essentially they're like angels. Essentially, I love the idea that 2 angels was sent to Earth and they just fucked off.
No, so I have a theory. It's a really weird theory, and I'm trying to make it work. But I am quite sure that the 2 blue wizards are Yensid and Merlin. That is my personal headcanon that I've made up, because there are 2 blue wizards who fucked up and didn't do anything.
You know what? I support this theory. I like it.
That is I've had that for. I was like, man, that's really strange. There are 2 blue wizards that they don't remember the names for, but yet we have Merlin and Yensid, who are both blue wizards, who just fucked up. Like,
who then?
And that's the level back from Tolkien too.
Yeah.
Though Radagast is still my favorite, always, 100%.
Yeah.
The crazy druid in the middle of the forest. who just like
Radagast is who I based my entire personality off of.
He just straight off fucked off. He could have helped in all of the Lord of the Rings. It was just like, nah.
That sounds like not my business.
Right? That sounds like nothing I want to be involved in. So I was like, damn, Radagast. Real one. 100%. I trust you, buddy.
So what I'm hearing is I need to get a sleigh pulled by a bunch of rabbits.
Yep, Rastaban rabbits. I named my forest in my home. I have a home the campaign that I do with a bunch of friends of mine, but I made an entire world, entire universe, and one of the forests is called the Rastaban Forest, specifically after his rabbits. These are Rastaban rabbits. I'd like to see them try.
Funny.
And the entire forest is made up of all shifters. The entire forest is made up of all shifters specifically because of these Rastaban rabbits. So
I love it. I'm a big fan of like were colonies of like werewolves, werebears, all that stuff. Love that shit. That shit's always fun.
Yep, 100%. There's everything in there from animal shifters to there are druid tree ents to well watchers to a race of shifters that I created called the Longtails, which are just monkey people.
Did you put Dragon Ball Z in your world? Is that
you guessed that off the? You guessed that off rip?
I knew what it meant. I was like, because I was like Longtail. I was like, okay, there's like a lot of shifters that could be, and you're like monkey people. I'm like Dragon Ball Z. They're safe.
Yeah, that's a they are. They have a each shifter has a specific race trait that allows them to do a specific thing, and the Longtails allow them to become Super Saiyans.
1,000,001 better options for the Hodozi than what was published.
Exactly. I was like, what is going on with these guys? But no, they are natural born monk sorcerers, like, which makes it so that they like, and there's just a whole race of them out there, and so yeah, like it's fantastic. It's great.
No, Mom, I don't want to be a Super Saiyan. I'm gonna go to school to be a cleric.
Maybe a cleric. Oh my god. But yeah, that's what I did.
I want to be a support caster. I'm learning abjuration magic.
Abjuration. I'm learning to be a necromancer. Get out of my house.
My friend and I want to like homebrew a game where it's everybody is a fiber arts, like based off of someone in media who's a fiber artist, like Linda Belcher. Who else did we have? I don't know if you ever saw like we're moms of small kids, so like there's a show called Sarah and Duck, and in Sarah and Duck there's this crazy ass lady called, what is it, Yarn Lady? I think it's Yarn Lady, and she's like an artificer with yarn. She can build anything. So, and then I want to be Auntie Pine from a show called Tumbleweed, and she is literally a hedgehog who has like this like soul packed with spiders, and they can knit anything into existence, and I love them. But she's like a kind of literally, she does that a whole episode. It's one of my favorite episodes. It's a really cute show. Watch it. I don't even care if you're not a kid. Auntie Pine is like my soul being. It's like that's the druid I wish to be. And so we're like, we want to make a campaign where we're all these different like fiber arts people, and we're just going to find like the diamond knitting needles of like Dumont or something like that. Like I want to be able to like heat metal, like get the spell heat metal, and then like crochet my own like chainmail and sell that. Like we have just so many ideas for this, and I'm like, I need to get
it's crazy strong.
I love heat metal.
Heat metal is a nightmare to use because like I know somebody who likes to throw pots at people and then use heat metal as it touches their head. And I'm like, Why do you think like this?
So
it's amazing.
There's a couple different schools when it comes to the idea of bolts for crossbows. I love the idea of metal crossbow bolts because after you shoot them and it's lodged into the person, you then cast heat metal on it.
Heat metal.
And it's just stuck in them.
That's just that's fire damage just happening over and over and over until they pull that bitch out.
And it's gonna take it to do it.
Use yours to your rib right there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And and if you get a shot off like that and then do heat metal, I'm making it do double damage as a DM. 100% making it do double, because I'm very big on like, oh, I want you to be creative about how you do the things that you do. So if you do something creative like that, 100% I'm straight up giving you advantage. I'm giving you inspiration. I'm giving you double damage. That's just how it works.
Critical, because when somebody is prone in front of you, you can just like lop off their head.
Yeah.
It's
exactly.
It's what makes sense.
So
but that's what I want.
We had in one of my parties, we had a druid and a rogue that worked together for this. They were going up against like
fucking stories.
They're going against this like big Death Knight fucker, and the rogue did a reverse sleight of hand and slipped a immovable rod into the knight's armor, and the druid did it with heat metal.
Oh no!
That's
no! That's just torment. That is just torture to this 9-to-5 guard that just wants to go home to his family.
So above his pay grade.
He's just like,
he was just about to retire and everything.
Had a picture of his
every like canon. As canon, like every single like guard or anybody like that Sage meets, she's going in assuming, unless they're cocky and take their bribes, that nah, you don't get paid enough to deal with me. It's okay, I won't be your problem. I'm gonna go make issues away from you.
Yeah, see, but that's just like Igreus.
Literally not because I'm afraid of getting in trouble. It's because I know it's like, no, more trouble than your job is worth.
Right.
I won't do that to you. Like the people in customer service. I'm not going to yell at you. Give me the manager, sweetie. You don't get paid enough for me to yell at you.
I have decided when I was designing this campaign, because like guards can be a very fun like enemy to interact with. I have decided early on in this game, I was like, guards are only going to interact with you when you start causing property damage or like actively killing innocents in the streets.
Fair.
These are
challenging.
Again, this is ancient Greece, and I'm like, this is a like harlot, drug-induced frivolity, and essentially they're gonna like, as long as you're not causing major issues, they're gonna be like, oh, someone's pickpocketing? That doesn't sound like my business. Oh, someone's pickpocketing a lot of people? Fuck.
I do the same thing. I don't make it so that the guards bother you unless you are actively either antagonizing them. You're antagonizing them? I'm sorry, you brought this on yourself.
Well, like,
so there will not be a bounty on my head if I accidentally kill a chicken, correct?
Correct.
No, not for something silly like that, no. But I mean, like, if you're actively outright antagonizing these guards, like, I had somebody in my campaign who did that, and I'm just like, hey, buddy, I can take you to jail. He's like, I don't give a fuck. I can go to jail. I'm just like, everybody else in the party is, like, trying to find a way to escape. They're like, I turn invisible. I start walking away. And I'm just like,
Yeah. Because, like, in my home game, the guards are, like, kind of an active antagonist, but the antagonist in the story is, you know, civilization, and
right,
because it's theocracies. It's very like heavily, oh, you don't believe in our gods, you're a bad person. So it's very theocratic, and essentially like the man, and the guards being a representation of the man. So like the guards are not always good guys. Like there's like two like good knights that they get along with, but they generally don't like try to mess with the cops. But weirdly, they work for the FBI, so don't worry about it. Well, NSA, because they would be doing internal affairs.
Internal Affairs is NSA, yeah.
Yeah, so they work for the NSA, but they hate cops, which tracks.
Exactly, yeah, that's how it works.
But yeah, so in that game, the guards were designed to kind of be antagonistic and to be a problem. But like in a general campaign, again, unless you're like fully committing a murder in the street, and not like a self-defense issue, they generally won't bother you.
Right, and that's good because again, these are just folks who have families and lives, and like they're just trying to go home and earn their 2 gold that they get for being guards. Exactly. So I'm like, no, they don't need to fight you for no reason. Like, they're not about to take this heat out on you. Like, that's not what's gonna happen.
And yeah, with you guys also getting to like higher levels, it's also the idea of like, oh no, we really don't get paid enough. If you start to become a problem, that's when they start outsourcing, and they're like, we should let the big people know to look out for these guys.
We had a
someone call Boss Hog.
Yeah, I have a campaign on Saturdays where my character is essentially a vigilante who can just vanish through walls with Dimension Door. And the guards saw that one time and were like, yeah, we're out of here. You know that scene in like Star Wars Force Awakens where Kylo Ren is cutting out the guards and screaming and the 2 guards just walk away? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yes. They just walked off. It was like, they just see this huge bulking guy come vanishing through a wall with a mask and a hood on. And they're like, yeah, we're getting out of here.
Yeah, at a certain point, you're just like, that's not my business.
Not involved at all. Whatever that is, I don't want any of it.
A baby isn't being stolen and no one's getting raped? Not my business. Okay.
Out of here. I'm out of here.
Yep. There's like 2 incidences that I will attempt to get involved, and if it's not one of those 2 incidents, not my business.
None of I didn't see any. I'm actually blind in my left eye and 40% blind in my right eye. So
I'm having trouble seeing you right now.
I can't see you right now. So I'm out of here.
Yep. So that's just how you gotta do it, man.
But I'm sorry, guys. I know we're talking, but I have to go.
Yes, it is getting late. We should call it here. I'm sorry, this is not an action film session, but we will meet back again on the 23rd. Hopefully more action.
Yes, more action. We're gonna get into a fight.
We'll talk our way out of combat that time.
Yeah. I'll try not to. I'm sorry. I'll try not to talk us out of combat.
Dude, I do it too. You're good. As soon as that shambling mound came up, I'm like, and I was like, I have to talk with plants. I want to talk to a plant monster.
So it can't be a plant, it can't be a person, and it can't be too. It can't even not be cute. It can't be too interesting of a creature. So it has to be
right. Make it a monster at that point that is just inconsolable. 100% cannot be cannot be reasoned with.
If I leave this in the world, it's a worse place.
Beholder. Right. Got it. Okay.
Yep, 100%. Beholder.
Okay, no lie. When I was thinking about what to say to Pan, because I was like immediately like, okay, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I don't think I can catch a tiny beholder. Maybe I can draw a beholder to them. But I was like, I wanted to build off of the beholder pun, and then I was like, no, I'm just gonna go catch a fucking bee.
A beholder.
Beholder. Oh.
All right, guys. All right. Good night. Bye.
Bye. But yes. Gotta find monsters for you guys to fight. There's a few that I have earmarked, and like there's some that are like lined up for like the events that you're coming into, but I'm like, I gotta throw something at you soon.
We'll kill birds, apparently.
You will kill birds. Okay, so it's a rock. Big fucking bird.
Also, did I hear you correctly? Did I hear that you said that we got 2 levels?
Yes, because you fully completed one task, but you have started another one, and the idea is that you will eventually complete it. And I said that you guys were going to level after you complete your task, rather than experience points. And so yes, you just had a couple of tasks back to back, but that also means that there's going to be stretches where you guys don't level for a while, because you are trying to, like, get to a task.
I gotcha.
Like, for example, you're not going to level again when you deliver this package because you've already leveled.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, with the 12 task, starting at level 4, you should be 16 by the end of this campaign.
Okay.
Which will almost be enough to survive the actual fight.
That's not ominous.
Oh, you know what I can have you guys fight? I can have you guys fight angels. That is something I could do.
That sounds fun.
Fun.
But like, are we talking like anatomically biblical angels with like eyeballs and arms everywhere? All the wings.
I'm gonna have you guys fight a unicorn.
Can you imagine the pillow made out of those feathers? Oh my god.
They would continue with your relatively bird-themed assassinations.
It would work.
And it would also be fun to not always fight fiends. Everyone throws fiends into the fighting campaigns, but what if celestials? Again, I think about it all the time.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
I think about it all the time, the fact that unicorns are considered celestials. And not Fae. They had every option to give them Fae, and they chose celestials. And I think about that all the time. I don't know why.
It's terrible. That like hits me in the soul badly.
Right? Like, it feels wrong. But I do
Mattel
like
made that
unicorns.
choice.
I do.
So are we talking about did you ever see the unicorns from Legends of Tomorrow?
Yes. Yes.
It's carnivorous.
Uh-huh. Unicorns. Yes. I didn't think about it. I was like, Legends of Tomorrow. Why does that sound so familiar? And then I was like, ah.
I have a bit on TikTok with the
terrifying.
I have a it's 3 episodes long, but I had a concept of my 2 barbarians being brobarians. And they're working out and talking about the different kinds of unicorns in different areas. And so he's like, well, in this area, this is the unicorn because of this, but that's what they call unicorns. It's not the same thing. And it's just a whole back and forth between them. It's one of my favorite bits, but I haven't written out, fleshed out too many episodes. I think I did one with zombies, one with unicorns, and one with Pegasi.
Oh.
I think so.
Maybe?
Hey, bro. Yes, bro.
No, it was.
Think about this.
Hey, bro. Sup, bro? Nah, bro. What, bro? Well, bro, I was thinking about public palaces. I'll send you the link for it because it's so I liked it. I liked it a lot, and I want to do more. But I might need help writing out the lore for that because I can't even think of where. Huh?
If I don't have the lore, my friend. Okay, so one of my longest running D&D partners that I've played with, Schmitty. He and I we've been playing together for years. And he's like my number one person when I'm throwing together a campaign. Like, he's the first person I usually reach out to. But he got into D&D because he found a monster manual at the library and loved the art. And so that is his whole thing. He loves monster lore. So there's been times where I'm throwing out lore or something. He's like, well, actually.
Yeah.
That, and I love.
I bet you
love it.
There's
your series.
Huh?
How huggable are your monster series?
Yeah, yes. Because between that and I think, is it Mythology and Fiction Explained? I know it's the same narrator who does it. But they also do deep dives into monster lore. And that's where I found out green dragons make the world between the prime material plane and the Feywild really thin, so that it's easier to cross through between the two. Yeah. They're also big fans of hags, and like when they're young, they'll often build a relationship with a hag to like give them extra protection while they're growing, because they're also fae related.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
interesting.
Nice.
Dragons are neat.